And then it should be streaming it so you can still carry handgun training. And then, hello, Internet YouTube. We're going to find out if it's streaming.
Okay.
And
Are we echoing?
search for me. Yep, there it is.
Okay.
Let me get a screenshot of it. Ba-ding. Screenshot recorded. I've decided to call these things, whether we do them live
Yeah.
or whether we do them Memorex. Ha! Not a sponsor. We're always supposed to say not a sponsor. I don't even know if they even still exist.
No, does Memorex still exist?
Any
I
of
knew
you
what
that suffer all of these things, you're going to have to suffer the fact that I utter without delay. Some people call it ticking. All of the things like movie quotes or television and radio commercials from the 1970s, 80s, and some of the 90s.
Dean Wiley.
And that was from a certain, in the old days before there was a Napster.
Yeah. You see
And
this right here,
amazingly,
Dave?
Sony and Metallica never sued anybody. We had what was called cassette tapes. And we would take all of
Yeah.
our records and all of our radios and all of our everything and record the heck out of it and play it and give it to our friends and give copies to our friends and pay nobody for it. And nobody got any royalties. And then one of the big companies was called Memorex. And their ancient old commercial said, let's see if we can find it.
Is it live or
Is it
Memorex?
live or is it Memorex? And who quoted that before I could say it again is Mr. Stan P with a capital P.
That's me.
And then they had the guy in the chair, and the sound started blowing his hair back.
Yeah.
Huh? Lag.
Is it live or is it Memorex?
Jen's listening to it.
Yeah, but is Jen looking at our stream yet?
Okay.
Okay, there it is. I'm leaving it muted because I don't want to risk YouTube tisms. And I keep putting my hand over my mouth, and I'm not supposed to do that. All right, we are gathered here today, having held our peace too long. We are going to destroy North Carolina's concealed carry dREaD book. I had already started destroying it, as in marking it up. See, I always do this part last. We're going to go through this. I already started putting stuff. The blue means that I was dispassionate. I don't care. The red means, especially where I carefully drew a skull, no, and H no. But we're going to start at the beginning. Begin at the beginning. While I was marking this book up on... Oh, I'm going to have to open the file folder.
This thing?
On October 2, 2024. I decided that I wasn't going to go through all that and sit there talking to myself, that I would eventually get where I could video record it and put it up here, right where it is right now on YouTube. In between then and now,
Why won't it go to full screen? Never mind.
The North Carolina something 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 ends in CIA. I don't know if they intended it to be that cool, but I just, being kind of a wiener myself, am thinking you should have come up with something better than CIA. And
Is
after more than a year of one of the founders of this thing, or two of them or three of them, sending hundreds of pages of emails, which I didn't put up in this thing. And get ready for it, here she comes, along with Leslie Dismukes at the North Carolina Department of Justice, doing government business behind closed doors. Sue me and make me take this down. They have been fighting and trying to step on our heads about this North Carolina book and this garbage right here on the screen. The 2020 copyright notice. It is useless and self-canceling. I'm going to show you something, internets, in a little while, all about that. But they've been trying to tell us that we had to buy these books for upwards of $10 each. They used to be like $2 each. And they keep inflating the price and inflating the price and inflating the price. And then Chad T, 9LL only, which I might as well just say who it is, because here he is in the last version of the 2020 book. That's when he still worked there. And I said, rip, press F. He is not that. He retired in 2022. And supposedly he was so mad at them over their red book that he was writing his own book. I'm going to go off on a tangent. I'm going to try not to. Somebody remind me later, go back to the tangent about 13 years of silliness. We'll call it silliness. Well, anyway, in cooperation with the NCCIA, are we allowed to say that on YouTube?
I guess.
I don't mean the real one. After all of this grief and crap and other stuff about this copyright, and don't you dare do anything with our red book. In between October 2nd and now November something. On exactly I just saw it a second ago.
What's a gold book?
On exactly November 1, 2024. Which will probably amount to a year and a half of being sent these horrible, stupid legal things, and you can't do anything with your red books. It's copyright. They'll sue you. And of course, they misspelled right. Leslie Dismukes at the North Carolina Department of Justice and the North Carolina Concealed Carry, whoever this is, NCCCIA, spelled it copyright as if you were an ad writer or a newspaper writer with a W in there. Copy, WRITE.
Yeah.
Not copyright with a RIGHT.
Someone failed grammar.
So here we go. And this is who published it, the Gold Book. This is who has been having secret backdoor private meetings with Miss Leslie Dismukes and ruining concealed carry instruction, which is why I haven't taught any in almost 2 years. All of these people's good intentions have paved the road to my absolute hell. And here they go again, Now, they claimed for 2 years, arguing back and forth and mainly trying to shut me up because I published the damn thing on my website and handed it out free, that you can't claim copyright. Well, there it is. And the next problem with this claimed copyright is they use the official symbol, and there have been more than 10 emails from this expressing how wrong the state was because they could not provide documentation from the Copyright Office on their version. I have my doubts about whether or not this silliness. And in all of that, oh, the gold book has a red cover. There's Chad Thompson. He's very handsome. He's the best gun guy around. Take his classes, I guess. You see, but wait. Count the guns. Ignore the copyright notice. All right, so this is Chad's. Take a good look at this layout. And then we'll go back to dREaD book.
Chris Mayhew.
I bet he walks around uncomfortable with all that stuff on him.
It was a demonstration thing trying to teach cops that concealed carry handgun permits do not apply to a single handgun. But his mistake, he was trying to teach cops anything. Cops are unlearnable. So here's this one outline. Introduction. Oh, it's exactly the same, including proficiency drills and a conclusion. All right. That's all we're going to talk about the gold book. But because of the conflict between red and gold book, I, of course, had to think red one and gold one.
Red leader, this is gold leader. We're starting our attack run.
And that's
Copyright.
it. Red leader, this is gold leader. We're starting our attack run. And everybody knows. If you don't know, go find Star Wars 1977, the only one, and find out that this is all about trench warfare. So let's get into the trenches. Let's close that because it's very distracting. And I guess we'll leave this one up over here.
I'd just like to say hello to Bill Hughes.
Is he
I hope he's
watching?
doing okay. He's in your chat.
The problem is Discord's supposed to show me that. I don't know where it is. Hang on. Hold the line, please. Docs. Chat. Wait. Wait. Well, it's showing me chats, but it's telling me I have to sign in through that little chat box to chat.
Oh, well.
It didn't tell me that yesterday. Let's try this. Don't play. Don't play. Don't manage your moderators. And let's do pop-out chat. And move that to the other screen. Well, let's do this. Let's put chat back. Hi, chat back.
There's chat. There it is.
Hi, Bill. Jen, George, Stan P,
And
Dave's
Sting.
Pops.
Yeah, I heard me in there.
without naming them where you're at. Can you ask someone in that building for permission? Do they want their name broadcast? They're live on the tubes right now.
Well, this end of the broadcast is broadcasting from the Green Dragon on Yadkin Road, Fayetteville, North Carolina.
You're supposed to ask permission before you do that, sir.
I sort of kind of have it.
So then we will say without permission.
Whatever.
It's a fun place to come meet people and game and
You too can
theoretically
be on this streamer. Go to the Green Dragon, Fayetteville, NC, and join the round table.
More like
How's
a
that?
square table.
Does that look good?
yeah. We're actually sitting right now in the versus the common area, the what they call the RPG room, RPGA room.
That's all right. We'll close all this garbage, and if people actually do show up, being that there's 2 watching, I don't think there's going to be many more. You guys notify your networks. Because I cannot afford to boost or promote or whatever on the interwebs. Ha ha ha. Let's see, how far off target are we? I have not done bad. Since 10-2, when I first started marking this up and really thinking about don't go through that whole daggone red book without video recording it, I had just over 300 subscribers. So in 6 weeks, grinding away at the internets, I have promoted myself 77-ish, 70-ish subscribers worth. All right. Chat must go away. And someday I'm going to figure out how to make that chat, like scroll by over here or scroll by here.
Yeah.
Underneath our little talkie circles. But I can't see the preview right now, so anyway, I did good. I made a thumbnail for the stream. I made tears on the girl face because that book should make everybody sad. Good enough for government work. Pass it on to John Q. Citizen. And then, we must go there. I am using the version 7 version. That's the only version I scanned and put on the website. I'll put a link below in the description and a pinned comment later. Not putting links out there right now. And then, version 8, long after Chad's retirement. They changed some very important words, which caused skull bones. I was seeing red. Ha ha. Get what I'm saying? The useless self-canceling copyright notice. After all those years, let's just go for it. But this is not my standard browser that I always use. There's a whole web page about this thing. This is a company I own. It's all about training, security, law enforcement, defense, personal, private, military, cops, security guards, the dREaD book. I updated this in 2024. It was a year ago, minus about a week, that I got so tired of all this nonsense about copyright. You better not. You better not. copyright, we'll destroy you, blah, blah, blah. So I scanned it, uploaded it, and sent everybody at the state, including Governor Roy Cooper and who's governor to be, but was DOJ boss, Josh Stein, sue me and make me take it down. Because it is here. It's another reason to stream it. We're doing a critique or a helpful editing for them. Anyway, I don't care. Sue me. Use your government powers and tyrant my website away. But here is an explained on this page. A backup of the Red Book for improvements, corrections. You should, I used to say, visit their bookstore and buy a version. And then I said, oh, H no. Because of words.
0.
And here's some important stuff. Last updated in 22, but I have the links open directly to the sources. The dREaD book, here's some notes. Can they claim copyright on a work that is 100% taxpayer funded? To or on a work that contains no original or proprietary concepts or statements. Everything they got, they stole from someone else. So can they copyright it? And absolutely misquotes laws that you can click on the internet and find out they typed it wrong. They don't care. It was stricken by the court in 1989. They have no excuse for not publishing for free, except that they make money off it. It's out of print, never should have been printed or released, but it was by their own incompetence. And on a work that within the work itself and recently updated administrative code, they demand an order that the content must be reproduced verbally, slideshows, and any and all other means to be used during the delivery of a class. All right, clock in. Somebody asked for this legal issues portion only to be a class. So I'm going through it.
What are you asking?
Nothing. I
Oh.
said somebody, I don't remember who it was, asked for this right now, this live stream, to be their legal issues portion of their concealed carry class that they can't get a certificate for, and I'm not giving them one.
Okay.
But they're homebound across the country. They just really, really, really needed the help in understanding this. Yeah, that. I'm just building up a defensive. Go ahead. I beg of you. Because the only way I could afford to take counter action, since I'm broke as hell because of their tyrants anyway, the state of North Carolina, and some political subdivisions, including these idiots. If they tried to sue me or whatever, I could counterclaim and all that and demand that the government provide me a lawyer too.
Yep.
Or maybe I could become famous and get a GoFundMe and pay for my own lawyers. But you got to get stepped on pretty hard to get anything out of anybody. So here we go. It's all up there on the page, imfscorp.com. Anybody out in internet land that wants to pay me for classes, we'll do classes. Concealed carry handgun training, North Carolina Justice Academy, blah, blah, blah. Here's their general outline, and here's why they're wrong. 170 something plus years of after the reconstructed government who was bad before that. Look, the North had to come blow them up because our government didn't know how to behave themselves. They haven't got better.
We did?
So here we go with the Red Book marked up. They say that you should always do legal issues first. The reason they say that is because nobody Whoever had to defend themselves with a gun is involved in all this nonsense. Legal stuff. It is very, very important.
You're less
Especially,
likely to know.
say again, I cut you off.
I said, of course, that way you're least likely to go to jail.
All that stuff needs to be in your head. But all that stuff needs to be in your head after all of this. Let me get my Magic Microsoft. Thank you, Magic Microsoft. Do you need somebody to get paid to say your name on the internet? I will happily. Let's just do red. This. B to I. And then let's make letters. Where are my letters? Find the letters. I should turn that red. This is how all of my teaching training has gone forever. And I guess I should take that and put it at the end of the arrow. I shouldn't call them lower IQ if I'm going to go do low IQ stuff myself. In big brain language or government speak, because they can't say what they mean and mean what they say. Always do your practical before your legal. In real world me speak, without a fancy draw. And let's turn it red. And start our typing. Hey, is why or why not to use a gun to defend yourself? We are talking about handguns here in North Carolina. Why or why not to?
Well, you
A,
ought to. Self-defense.
does not matter if you cannot be through I. It doesn't matter how much law you know if you can't do those other things because you didn't pay attention to that part of the class, or your teacher was lame and had learned from the government that this is the only thing that matters. It doesn't matter if you cannot do it. Stand there and tell your bad guy, excuse me, while I consult my red book and make sure that letter A is proper. You must know how to do a thing. The why or why not, according to law, whether or not you could suffer whatever's afterwards. Okay. You must know this stuff. If you go with this silly book says, blah, 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 North Carolina Justice Academy, R. Steve Johnson. He is a living human encyclopedia of all things firearms and ballistics. Chad Thompson was a good guy. What is all this? Yes, Chad T he is no longer in government employ. The only government employee that I know or knew of that was, one, the right person for the job, and two, against all odds, in the job. And then this dude's dead. Here he is. Living human encyclopedia, all things firearms and ballistics. Lots of stuff. I asked him last time he was giving me a class, have you ever killed somebody with a gun? And he said no. I mean,
Well,
unalive somebody with a gun. I guess I'll have to go back and edit the VODs. All right, so the purpose. Before we get into this much further, let's go back. Under introduction, I said it's no good for you to know why or why not to do a thing if you don't know how.
yep.
For some reason, people can't talk about that in the way of the gun, G word, whatever. I don't care. I'm not monetizable. I need 600 and something more subscribers before I have to worry about that. The other part of real world training for defending yourself with a handgun, as it says at the top of that screen, if it's allowed by the state of North Carolina, it should be allowed by YouTube. I'll try to behave myself and call it G word, YouTube. Thanks. Then I want to know why can CNN say it and everybody else say it, but the rest of us people who have these channels can't say it. I'm reading a book from the state. All right. Which goes to this. If you cannot use your words to say what you mean and mean what you say, then you must not ever think about using any kind of tool, especially a G word, to attempt to defend yourself. It's that serious, including knowing all the law. You got to know it before you find yourself in a bad spot. If you allow yourself the distractions of not knowing your words and exactly what they mean, and you're hung up in this new unspeak 1984 or groupthink 1984 and inability to use your words to be very clear about it, then don't think about in this world using the mono sound of bang. It's a very simple thing. And this is where I get a full stop on page 1 of the real, I don't know what page number it is. I'll scroll it. But this is the first real page of stuff that isn't people fluffing their collars and brushing back their hair and reading their resumes to you. Page 4. Right here. Citizen. No, and the realm of Hades. No. Nothing that starts as bad can end good. If you go back to my dREaD book page and scroll it all the way to the bottom, you will find the most famous piece of literature in world history in all of the lands known and unknown at the time for thousands of years. How's that, secular California? In it is a quote. If you don't have a foundation under your stuff, nothing that starts good, that bad, can end up good. It does not say in any of the founding documents citizen. It says we the people. If you can't start, especially G word tards, always screaming about your hashtag 2A. The law says lawful resident alien or citizen who has not lost their citizenship rights. They don't lose the title if you're a convicted felon, especially a convicted felon of violence. You don't have the right anymore. And it does not apply to the rights of the citizen. It applies to the rights of people. On another guy, he's a really smart guy. I believe I saw him on my thing, but he really hurt my feelings. Sometimes even smart guys can get led astray. Main screen zoom out. And it's, go watch my other videos. I would say go look at my Facebook, but I got myself permabanned. This guy right here, everybody that knows me knows I say, do you believe in destiny? This guy does not understand. In all of his high IQs, and he got distracted.
What else is new?
Well, he is very smart, and he goes so high speed I can't keep up with anything with him. I try. I have learned much from him. Before you get talking about your Second Amendment or your gun rights, guns don't have rights. Stop saying that, gun people. Stop saying citizen, gun people, cops. You separate yourselves. I went to cop school. We learned to call everybody not cop John Q. Citizen. It means utterly derogatory stuff. In the most simple form and understanding of this word. You have to wrap your mind around we the people was written by white Anglo-Saxon Protestant men who, as soon as they got done with it, said define people. And it did not include very tan people. They were not people. They had no rights.
But I'm going to interrupt you here, sir.
And women had no rights.
Yes, sir. But it was also written in a way that it could be modified and expounded on,
Okay.
such as the 14th Amendment, the 13th and 14th Amendment, as well as the 19th Amendment.
Okay. Well, I'm going to be very derogatory because I promise you, and those guys had some of them, not many.
And even then, there wasn't consistent on the wording.
They were very learned gentlemen.
Yeah.
Very learned gentlemen do not speak the language of the common man. Before they became our founders, they were British citizens.
Subjects.
They were not the subjects. Everybody in England, British rule, was a subject, except the monarch himself.
Yeah.
But those farmers and everybody else that us Americans talk about, we were subjects only, not citizens.
Correct. The only non-subject is the ruler, such as the king at this time. Before him, the queen.
The governors, the mayors, the sheriffs, those were citizens.
Subjects, not citizens.
Peasants were not.
All persons that are not of the crown, in other words, the king or queen of the country, England, UK, are subjects. Even when they're the Prince of Wales, they are a subject. They are not a citizen.
Well, I'm going to leave that at that. I'll take your word for it. I'm not going to try to fact check it. Either way, it didn't mean us, and it sure as heck didn't mean very, very naturally tan people and women.
True. With the exception of the queen.
So that's not, the queen has no rights in America.
in the United States, she has no rights.
And
king or
she
queen.
had no rights anymore because she's ripped. Anyway, let's talk about this. Because handguns weren't even a thing back then. They were
Yes, they were.
flintlock pistols. They didn't
Yeah,
call
but
it
they were
that. They didn't call it a handgun in law.
no.
That came about
Anything
120 something years later. And the
the
main
term
point
hand,
of it is, let me get to a point. I don't want to spend all day having a history class. I got to spend all day tearing apart this retarded book. Ooh, I said the bad word. I mean ridiculous. I misspoke. Citizenship is not required. If you don't have a foundation under your document, if your first statement in it is wrong, can the rest of it be made good? Probably not. And this is where we go back to that whole other gold book thing. And I have sat down there at the academy with Mr. Chad and put in the electronic version that they hold so dear corrections and fixes, like we put the rights of the people. And back to the destiny. Do you believe in destiny? He was on and on and on about how we need another pile of laws and agents and regulators and enforcers. He leans that way. Lefty, liberal, except those are contradictions of terms because they mean giant bureaucracies of someone else to enforce all these rules they made up to regulate not them. He said that what I typed up there, that we don't need statutes or court rulings about rights. That I was being pedantic or pedantic, whatever it means. That I was using too many words or something. And it made me laugh. And I gave him a thumbs up and a heart. Because that's what all of these things are. These books, the Constitution, the amendments. Is a bunch of people sitting around adding words to try to describe something that they don't need to add words or describe. Like the Second Amendment. Like all this and like all that. When we talk about the right to bear arms, it's defined as a right. But because some people don't like that, now we're able to argue it. And add words and hire lawyers and make court cases. And the Supreme Court will not sit down and say, we are the law of the land. No, you cannot infringe upon it. There. If you get off of your combat locker focus or hissy fits about a certain object, what is another right? A clearly delineated right. Life. It's preambled into there. Should we have to describe that in writing? If we didn't have to, they probably wouldn't. But life requires certain things like food and water and breathing. So shouldn't we be able to regulate all three of those? Just like if we can regulate a dirk, a dagger, a sword, or a firearm, handgun, which are just tools. Shouldn't we be able to regulate breathing? Put a breath counter on people. Oh, you took too many breaths today, pay an extra tax.
Yeah.
The answer is no. So we should dismantle all of these bureaucracies and everything else and say, you know, we have criminal laws. If you red rum somebody with your hands, that's red rum. If you red rum somebody with a North Carolina concealed carry handgun, that's red rum. It doesn't matter what the method was. What matters is that you deprive somebody of their delineated right. Guns don't have rights. And this is where everybody stopped on. And then if it is the rights, do you go by the law, the rulings of the courts, statutes, and court rulings are both considered law in America. Court rulings are common law. Statutes are legislator or legislative laws that the court hasn't stricken yet and probably never will. And it's another paradoxical, oxymoronic misnomer term to say things like constitutional law. Well, now, and I got in big trouble in a pre-law class once upon a time in college for saying, this is all, you know how lawyers get paid to type and write? Because constitutional law could not be read by a single human in an entire human lifetime. The Constitution is 2 pages long and half of the last page is signatures. Adding words doesn't help. Get back simple. Get back silly. All right. Handgun law. There is law. It is in statutes. Demonstrate proficiency in the safe handling of the gun. No. This block of instruction, they're talking about the whole daggone book, 8 hours. All I'm talking about is the law part today and tearing up and marking up this book. You got to be able to do all this stuff. The people on this thing with me have been through many classes with me. The only thing I care about is the safety rules.
Like this guy, so I could be like, oh, like, let's just say, oh my God.
Because if you can't do the 4 fundamentals of safe gun handling, you're hopeless and useless. Stop talking about your amendments and your justified self-defenses. You got to be able to do those first. That's the how-to, not the why or why not. Identify these places they may and may not be carried, even if you have a permit. Pieces of, parts of, nomenclatures of, labels of, bullet weights, go for it. And now we have an internet these days. We're getting there. Demonstrating provisions and provisions under North Carolina common. We already discussed that. Court rulings and statutory law. 8 hours, blah, blah, blah. It is still not clear. Generally accepted. 8 hours minimum in the classroom. Range qualification is not included. It usually takes me, for a whatever 5 to 10 people class, 18 to 20 hours to conduct this class and do all the required paperwork. They're still jumping up and down this, and since 10.2 whatever, we have had 2 versions of the gold book now. Because they're goofy about whether there should be a test in the back of the book or the answers in the back of the book or anything else in the back of the book. It's all up there on my website. All these references, I don't even care about. We're skipping all that. You can go find it on the internet, read it. So this is the law section, 2 hours minimum. People or persons, not citizens. We do not have to, and so I got busy Xing it out of my copy. This is my markup copy. And they say, we have in place A, meaning 1. A means 1. Concealed carry handgun law. No, we have a stack of them. You can go to the North Carolina Sheriff's Association and look at that, whatever it is, 40-page document or something. It's a long document that quotes all the many, many, many laws. With the right under law to carry. Stop and think about that again. With the right under law to breathe comes a tremendous responsibility. I do agree there. See? Caught them doing something right. Tremendous responsibility. You must have complete knowledge of the safety. I already said that. Knowledge of laws. Yup. And the ability to use and here I go again, cops who want to be military, but they couldn't hack it. So they steal the words of the military and the acronyms. Weapon. Yes. But this is what? Concealed carry. Handgun training. We're not allowed to discuss other weapons. Handle your handgun in a responsible manner. Remember, tremendous responsibility. You could permanently harm or KIA yourself or someone you care about a lot. Or worse, an innocent third party. The ability to use good judgment. We don't have that in America. We haven't had it since about 1776.
Since you
Prime it black, get you a nice gray and drive right. Looks great, especially when you paint over. It's still good that something with this.
Can barely hear that. Who's talking?
The phone in the background.
Background.
Oh, okay. Define common law. Common law is court rulings. Court rulings can, if legislature, state, or the feds decide that they need to write a statute that says what the court just said, because they get paid to do something, I guess, they will. That's another one. With great power comes great responsibility. If I got great power, hey, Mr. Doge, do you really want to fix stuff up there? Because anything that has already been declared by the court should not be tried to be fiddly fooled around with by a bunch of elected imbeciles that won the popularity contest. And how do we word what the court said into a statute so that we can have big books of statutes? You don't have to worry about it. The court took care of it. North Carolina common law. That means the courts have spoken. Justified self-defense. This only applies to a charge of involuntary manslaughter. It is expanded upon in depth, and we're about to go right there because this whole piece of the red book should only contain a link to, here we go, open sesame. We start with pattern jury instructions. These, at the UNC School of Government, are the instructions that's explained on this whole page that judges must give juries. Start at the top. Go here to the index. You have to mix together and make sure there's no update to these books. If it says update or supplement, that means this is already out of date and they haven't merged all this into this. So I went through all the updates. Here's the one that goes all through. First degree murder where a deadly weapon is used. A gun is a deadly weapon. Covering all lesser homicides. So 20610. Here it is. 206. This is what's been turned into A, B, C, D. And even though they call it the big four, They left this garbage in here because they used to try to convince you that blah, 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 you better retreat like you live in California. And all of you out there in California, if you say, oh, hey, that dude on the internet said this, remember, it says North Carolina up here. You better retreat in California. Retreat has nothing to do with it. It has to do with a first-degree murder charge in North Carolina. Justified self-defense. They, of course, wrote citizen. You will not find that word over here in the instructions. I don't know. I already searched. And this is a lot of pages. 14 pages of stuff surrounding self-defense and homicide and lesser homicide and manslaughter and involuntary manslaughter. Does not contain the word citizen. Unintentional killing of a human being by unlawful act. You would be accused of first-degree murder and second-degree murder on the ground of self-defense if first. The defendant believed it was necessary, and it's reasonably believed, to use deadly force against the victim, and they have a number 4 there because everybody squawks in the media, the right side of the media and the 2A media people, the gun nuts, that we shouldn't call a bad guy that got ended by defended the victim. All right, well, 600 years of law says that the DOA person is a victim, and that's how they read it. There's 2 victims in this case. In order to save the defendant from death or great bodily harm. Now, if you go back over here, you will see that without rhyme or reason, the North Carolina Justice Academy added this. And this is a word I'm not going to say. I'm sure we can leave it on the screen right now. I should probably put asterisks over the E's for the tubes. So already they're doing everybody wrong, leading you astray, trying to run time off the clock and sound smart. Remember, all these books were written starting in 1995 when they invented the program, and there was no such thing as the internet. And us commoners and peasants had no access to the powdery wig court documents. All right, well, it's 2024 now. Here they are. It says nothing about that S asterisk word. Death or great bodily harm. Second, this is the very important one, I believe. The circumstances they appeared to the defendant at the time were sufficient to create such a belief in the mind of a person of ordinary firmness. This is the showstopper in version 8 of the Red Book. If you have one, burn it. Demand a refund from the state. Their new guy at the academy named Cobb has decided in his infinite wisdom that he knows more than upwards of 650 years of court, and changed that word firmness to intelligence in the newest Red Book. They even updated it again this year after me sending many emails and certified mails to bosses at the Justice Academy, directors, Josh Stein himself, the head of the program, his name is Overton, demanding that they compare Mr. Cobb's edit of the book to this link right here, to our court's ruling and don't presume themselves smarter than the court. And their whole answer was silence. The one guy told me without writing, I don't give a F. He gets paid. He's a government employee. Would a person of ordinary firmness, and that means a normal, not mentally challenged, and certainly not mentally challenged by insanity, an ordinarily firm person, an ordinarily reasonable person. Their IQ doesn't matter. Their men of long degrees and men of steel don't matter. As long as they appear ordinary, average, not in intelligence, in their moral fiber or their uprightness. Could you convince a second person that there was a threat? And then we get to letter C, citizen again. It doesn't say citizen in the law. So here it is. And this includes what they call a lot of the disparities of force. You should consider the circumstances, including the size, age, and strength of the defendant as compared to the victim. The victim is the DOA person, X's over their eyes. The fierceness of the assault. Did the victim, did the KIA had a weapon? The reputation, if known, for danger and violence. And then we get to letter C in the book. Was not the instigator or aggressor, and you didn't have to be the citizen. You would not be guilty of any murder or manslaughter if the defendant acted in self-defense, not the aggressor in provoking the fight, and did not use excessive force. That's numbers 3 and 4. It's right here in one sentence. Justice Academy split it into 2. You enter the fight voluntarily if you use all these things. Abusive language. All you First Amendment people. Freedom of speechers. You just remember, there are a lot of Supreme Court rulings about the First Amendment. If it is intended to provoke a fight, keep your mouth shut. Did you voluntarily and without provocation enter the fight? This is a very careful language that I think only applies to duels, probably with swords or sabers. If you get into conflict and you attempt to abandon the fight and gave notice that you were doing so, meaning abandoning the fight. So don't be starting fights. Don't be voluntarily escalating fights. Did you indicate that you desire to withdraw and terminate the use of force? But they continue. And it's all right here. You don't have to take the red book's instructions for it. This whole retreat thing, I wrote it over here when I was marking up the book. It's a mess and a disaster. Aggressor and retreat is a caveat to the letter C language above, and by caveat I mean it works before and after and in cooperation with. We just read it over at the law. It's all in the same paragraph. Used to be in North Carolina, we had a duty to retreat statute. Many times we removed that citizen nonsense and this retreat stuff. They're just hung up on it. They always re-upload or find in a backup this silly stuff about retreating. North Carolina, and yes, it's that childish or stupid, meaning many times we fixed it, the electronic version, and then it was gone again because people in power hated that they'd been stamping their name on this book since 1995, and Chad Thompson cut stuff out of it. I said, you shouldn't tell people that. Now, let's see what I was howling at the moon. Oh, imminent harm means immediate danger or is about to happen. See, they're confounding, conflating, making up words. That's not what the law says. It says imminent threat. Immediate danger is a sub-definition of an imminent threat. Imminent means something is about to. What is about to happen, left to right in English? A threat. That's up for you through your attorneys to describe what made you reasonably believe that a threat was about to or could happen. And here we go again. This is where I was really starting to lose my cool. Because I really do hate to try to unteach the stuff in this book.
Yeah, I think the guy I'm in Facebook groups and I'm in a blind group with and there was a
Wow,
guy
that got
that
loud. What are they doing?
had a point of security that he built crime and magnetized the bases.
What's wrong?
You get loud all of a sudden. So.
Dean?
Yeah, there's somebody talking in your background.
Yeah, there are other people here.
Yeah. I didn't know it. Were they saying something for me or did you just talking?
No,
Not exactly in a closed off room. You're gonna hear other people in the background constantly.
Okay. Well, that one dude was just really loud.
Yeah, below starting strength, yeah, there's a below half strength.
All right. So all this nonsense, this is from cop schools. It came from the Justice Academy, which isn't even a cop school. It's a we teach police instructors school. Those police instructors go out in the world and try to teach baby cops.
Okay.
We need to cut them out of it. They don't, because they don't understand. They don't know what limited qualified immunity is. They just know they enjoy it. And because they don't ever get taught about it, they don't understand that when you're out of your uniform, you don't have any of that. And see, here they go. Up in here, they start talking about this again. And I know none of the cops who retired from police work on the street and became instructors at the academy wrote this garbage. This is from some lawyer at the DOJ. He sure they all have a very hung up thing on this against women. They're white knighting all the time. I've been to many classes where they talk about, All these bad things that happen to women, and we've already discussed, it is not in here. None of that language is in here. You have no duty to retreat. No duty to retreat. So first degree and second degree murder, there none of that language is in here. It's just some very demented dudes sitting around talking about all the bad things that could happen to them. Oh man, heavy breathing, like breather on Elvira. You know, I wonder if this would qualify. I wonder if that would qualify. It's really sickening. If you can't use your words, you can't that. Put X's over the eyes of somebody. We have the internet these days.
Are you looking at the paragraph below that says not all sexual assault justify the use of deadly force? I'd call bulltwinking.
None of it. That's what I'm trying to get across. Let me see if I can try again. This has no business being here. There was two things in the law, in the court instructions. Let's get the red letters out. It went back to blue letters. Give me my red letters. Stop talking about that S word.
I get that. That's what I said. If it's causing bodily harm.
There you go. That's it. Is somebody trying to hurt somebody in any way? Stop talking about this other nonsense. Because I do know why, and I'm not going to go into it, but why do you think all the manly men, they only want to talk about all that stuff as it pertains to women? Because they will never, ever in this world admit that, you know, people do bad, degrading, horrifying things to men too.
I know.
It's great bodily harm or injury. So then we have skipping all that. I'm not talking about that. If you pat somebody, anybody, any human on their behindy, they supposedly can't KIAUX your eyes. Excessive force is kind of complicated. It's really important for police to understand this. They make a big deal out of it for us, except they don't understand because they're cops. That's the thing I was looking at in the other thing, in the other window. Procedures, number this and that. A police officer to use such forces as reasonably necessary based on their training and experience. Same for us. And you owe it to yourself and anybody that you might use force against in this whole wide world. Find the internet. Read some court cases. Read some judge instructions. Get your face out of them videos, including this one when it's over. All this reasonable stuff. But here they tell you the size, the age, the strength. Remember all that back in the caveats or the explanation to the jury? They're called disparities. Dis equals not, parity means equal. If there is an unequal fight or unequal fight, you can use a weapon, including and up to and including the pew-pew things, to equalize the fight. I'm going to get distracted. Are they talking about something cool? Are they talking about gaming? Game on.
Yes, gaming in the background. Yes, they are.
Let's Google search. And Jen keeps speaking far away from the thing or behind it, so it barely comes through as a squeak.
Squeak, squeak, squeak.
Good job. I could hear you now.
Also, right
And here we
as
are
well.
again, where an assault is being made on a person, human. Angry typing causes errors. Shut up, cop. Where an assault defined in Black's Law Dictionary means threat. In modern statutes and court rulings, it means both assault, threat, and battery, touching. In different jurisdictions, we have no statewide in any state, and we have no federal uniformity. That's another one for Mr. Destiny over there. The purpose of the Supreme Court is to give us uniformity so that we can freely travel from one county to another or one state to another and not have to be confused by this BS. And are we going by the real BS that we could all try to understand if it was federalized or centralized and there's one definition? Or is it whatever redneck wrote this for the state of North Carolina's Justice Academy,
Yes.
referring back to 1979? And here we go again with this. Every time I see that citizen, all I can think of is RoboCop and Judge Dredd. Yes, cops, you are the law. The use of deadly force by the, notice it said defendant in the court stuff, because they presume or assume that no matter what you do, even if you defended yourself legitimately, you're going to trial. You're going to end up with these juries giving instructions against you. Talk to your lawyer before that happens. Get one on retainer. Get one's phone number. Get one of those cards. Pay $11 a month that are now like $29.99 a month. If you have trouble with these words and need to sit in a class for more than 2 hours to try to understand what an aggressor is, please don't use tools or weapons, not even sporks. If you're asking yourself in a moment, am I the aggressor here? Am I the bad guy? Yes, you are. If you're too ignorant, the polite word for the ST star P star D word that we're not allowed to use anymore either. If you're too stupid to know whether or not you're the aggressor, you're in jail already anyway. Please get there. Just hurry up. Go check yourself in. If you voluntarily provoke fights, especially if you're one of those people that you took this little garbage class, told everybody how your grandpappy taught you right and you always knew how to shoot, and you cross your thumbs when you do it and hold your breath, and wouldn't shut that mouth and listen, and you can't decide who the aggressor is before you voluntarily provoke the conflict, or refused to allow the other side to withdraw. Let them get away. Then you are the bad guy. And here we go again. This is really part of why I quit earlier. My fingers were getting sore. If you provoke a fight through an unlawful assault, remember we read out of the law, the jury instructions. What is the assault they're talking about, even verbal. If you use what the Supreme Court calls fighting words, you have assaulted somebody. You could be the aggressor. Speak softly. Don't escalate the conflict. Defense of others. This is another one.
I
You're
got more.
fine. And it's not in this book. It's not in any of the state training. It's not in anything, not even for the police. They just teach them it by mouth. It's like their secret code. Some of California and Ohio's online stuff. I forget what it's called in California and Ohio. It's called POST, Police Officer Standard Training. Here it's called BLET, Basic Law Enforcement Training. They always tell the cops, that gun is there for you. That gun is there for you. All right, John Q. Person. John Q. Person in America of we the people. Let's do John/Jane Q. Person. All caps. Take that. Preamble. You may use deadly force in defense of others or any force up to and including when under the facts and circumstances. And this, I actually do. Let me credit them. Go blue. Go blue. +1 against negative 70 million already. NCJA for simplifying.
Yeah, but
This. Because it really is this section about defense of others is a whole nother section under these pattern jury instructions. Special instruction for accessories is 10A. I think it was 30. I don't remember. Where a deadly weapon is used not including self-defense. 30A. 30. Those cover defending others, not just yourself. That's a lot of reading. That's a lot of ciphering. So here, I'll give them their thing, except they said citizen again. In defense of another, it reasonably appeared necessary to save that other person from the big four above. And just remember, go back. You can read this online. It's right here, the whole thing at my website. Press hard. You're making several copies. I haven't been saving my work for a while. I saved it. Please try to remember when you're thinking about others, is that your job? Is that really your business? Is that your duty? And I usually only make capital D on the front of duty. But it's another hard concept to understand. And it might go back to sexism or chivalry. And see, here they go again. Go red. This is what's the problem with teaching these classes. You get so busy telling people, ignore that part. Don't fill your head with that garbage. Pay attention to the important parts. When these are concepts that nobody has to have any prerequisite training at all to come to this class, listen to this garbage for 2 hours, and then run around our country with a gun. Hidden. We fill their head with too much garbage. This is what I define as duty. C, chivalry. C, being a gentle person. I don't know, whatever. Wonder Woman. Before you can worry about all the rest. That gun is there for you. This class is here for you. Nobody else is going to get up here and do this thing. Nobody else is going to get up there and give you their book for free. Or their video yakking. Tell me how I'm wrong in the comments. The more the merrier. Make a reaction video. That thing is for you. If you are like me, that duty includes your loved ones. And in my world, the ones I chose willingly are far more important than the ones that happened by destiny, meaning close friends and who I choose to call family, like wife. That's willful. I didn't have a choice about who my parents are. So it's a horrible thing to most people. Don't spend your time worrying about all the what ifs. What if the guy tries to shoot up the school? What if the guy tries to shoot up the Walmart? What if the guy tries to shoot up the whatever? What if the guy's kidnapping the woman? Okay, go study over here at the pattern jury instructions, right there at the microsites. Start there. Get all that through your head before you start worrying about what if this happened, what if that happened, because when the bad thing happens, it's never anything that you planned for. If you spent a whole bunch of money and there's no way to get one handgun for cheap, if you're going to bet your life on the world famous $99 thing, please don't. Especially don't bet someone else's life on it. If you paid a lot of money for a tool and then you had to pay more money for a class, those are for you and those are yours. Don't worry about someone else. And now I type. Because those that know me know that I say that all the time. If someone else is over there getting themselves jacked up or whatever, and they're trying to download a cop through their smart pants phone, I guess they had a bad destiny. When you start thinking about helping someone else, you still got to, now you're taking a protector role. Protect the protector first, meaning you're not going to wind yourself up in a lawsuit. You don't have any liability protection. You're not a cop. You're not a government agent. You are John Q. Person, and you can get sued civilly and criminally. Are you going to be okay if you intervene and hurt innocents, including yourself? Who is going to take care of your loved ones if you're in the jail? Be thinking about that a lot while you read this, I approve, shortened version. The other person was entitled to use the self-defense or force or deadly force. And again, they're going to tell you excessive force is not allowed. Okay, we got that on the previous pages. And then they have a whole list of may nots and do nots. This again, go back and see And this is another cop word. There's no such thing as less lethal. The full terminology is less likely to be lethal. But since several lawsuit settlements in the last 10 years, or many in the hundreds of millions of dollars, they're not allowed to say that anymore. Every tool or weapon on a cop's belt is a deadly tool or weapon on a cop's belt.
Okay, so down. I didn't target the unit goal.
Deadly force may not be used to stop a simple assault, but go up there and read letter A, number 1, about imminent threat and your reasonable belief. You have to know what that even means. Do you even know what that means? You don't know what that word means. A simple assault can be terrifying. Like what? Because they set up above.
Oh,
And see, they don't tell you in here. The state spent all this time. Even a real and legitimate fear of greater injury, standing alone, does not justify the use of deadly force. Now we see, now they're unsaying again. You would almost think that the State Justice Academy is trying to talk you out of defending yourself ever. Just lay down, take it, call the cops. They'll rescue you. Really should be put in here reasonably believed it was necessary to use deadly force against the other person in order to save the defendant from death or great bodily harm. And then they go into this, the size, the age, the strength. How are they just behaving? The fierceness. Did they have a weapon? All these things are included in that definition of assault and must be included in your threat assessment. But here the state says a simple assault can be truly terrifying. Well, what the heck is it? It's probably somebody using words. Force used to resist a simple assault must be proportionate to the assault. It just said up above in the whole explanation thing above that the force use must always be proportionate to the reasonably perceived or believed threat, not to what is actually happening. So when they tell you that a really real and legitimate fear, and yet they'll tell you, I don't think they say it in this book, I hope they don't, a real and legitimate fear of greater injury does not justify. But then why do you tell us I was in mortal terror for my life? I was afraid for my life. We're supposed to say that according to everybody. Please don't ever say that. Never, ever. I was doing a class a while back, and within the last 2 months, and someone got out their card from one of the pay $29 a month clubs, and it had that exact word written on it. Call 911. Say these words. I was afraid for my life. Don't say that. Do not. See, and they just ask questions. When? Give me my arrow back. Question. The exact point in time a simple assault becomes aggravated or deadly in nature is unclear. Why are you talking about it? Repeated blows to vital body areas, choking, continue beating on a helpless or weakened victim are some indicators? No. Those are immediate dangers. Those are not indicators. Cops, they can't write these books at all. And they all laugh, ha ha ha, in their cop school. That would never happen to me. I'm a cop. YouTube. And then they say this, they left it in there. The law does not require retreat from a simple assault. The law does not require retreat in any way, in any form, or whatever, if somebody is assaulting you. An assault victim is once again faced with a decision. When does a simple assault become a murderous one? It doesn't have to be murderous. It has to be you reasonably believe that this other party could, or parties, that's another disparity. If there's two of them, you're already past this. So yes, no matter what kind of silliness we just discussed above, even fighting words, don't be lured and baited in. If you studied the Supreme Court cases and you think you know it all, and you watched Audit the Audit channel, it's a very good channel. Lots of good stuff. It's not legal advice. Neither is this. You will find out what the fighting words doctrine is, and the fighting words rulings from the Supreme Court and many district courts, or whatever they call them, circuits. Look up the name for yourself, Lorena Bobbitt. She's out in the world again. She cut off a tallywhacker in retribution, and we got a law. We got an amendment. We got a statute. Ladies, you may not cut off our tallywhackers. People hurting you in the past is a great reason for you to reasonably believe that if they are in your presence and being aggressive towards you, that they will hurt you again. But if they're halfway across the country calling you on the phone, telling you when they get back, you can't just shoot them when they get back. You're supposed to go get one of those protective order papers. This is another one. Define trespasser. Get yourself online in your local jurisdictions and figure out, what does that mean. In my area in North Carolina, it means somebody utterly unaggressive who just refuses to move their feet. You don't believe this either, because if you put your hands on them, they're going to say you hurt them and they're going to defend themselves. Let the cops deal with a true trespasser. Don't escalate the conflict. Don't point your gun at them either. You can't hold people at gunpoint.
Yeah, I was nervous.
My tree went too.
Took a lot of wind off the Land Raider.
Was that someone speaking to me or just background noise?
That was to you. She said, even if you want to.
The more you want to, relax, stop resisting. Shove your hands in your own pockets. Just one finger on the gun hand, please. Keep that thing mobile. Resist. Don't even cuss them. Tell them, please. I have called the police, please. And they are on their way, please. And then when the police take care of it and everything's taken care of, don't. This silliness, now they start telling you a policeman's use of force continuum. First, words must be used. Second, gentle hands. You should see the police training manual that tells you what gentle hands are. Not in the real world. There's no such thing as gentle hands. If gentle hands do not work, you may use whatever force is necessary. Oh, wait, but, and we all know what but means. It means everything we said before that was a lie. May not use force likely to kill or cause great bodily injury. Then what the heck, whatever force is necessary? What does that mean? So we are going to, like we do in America, in this silliness red book, all you had to do to avoid this North Carolina Justice Academy since 1995 was listen to me say this to you behind closed doors, coloring in the blue lines. Now it's going to be up there forever. Cop, go get another donut. So, according to Mr. Orwell, in the literature title 1984, let's get out the red text again. Unspeak equals say, then, via, but,
Got to bring the bag in twice.
unsay, in the same sentence. There it is in my book report on George Orwell's 1984. Well, you can use whatever force is necessary, except that force. They said it, then they unsaid it. Are people starting to get with me on why this is very hard for me to teach? A trespasser who refuses to leave should be considered hostile, and it would be more. I should have started one up. A computer reader. A trespasser who refuses to leave and is aggressive or acts erratically towards you, or talking to themselves, not the Bluetooth in their ear, talking and answering. Get yourself safe. Don't let them near you, and let the cops deal with getting in fights with trespassers. Don't be up here. Well, the red book said I should use gentle hands. Think of your trespasser as somebody protesting you too much. If it's a cutie pie college girl in a moo-moo with a peace sign, that's a trespasser. If that same girl is up on her feet slobbering out her mouth, that's a hostile or aggressive intruder.
I really like that they kind of
Don't
like
take my word. Make your own words. Figure this out. Do you have a duty to escape? No. I mean retreat. Especially not in your own place. For them to be trespassing, they're trespassing in your space or your place. How badly do you want to get into a fight? Especially one that could likely end in KIAs or DOAs. And here we go again. Always about the sexy stuff. Schmexy. Them cops. Them cop dudes. They sure like to talk about the schmexies.
How'd it go? Not only did you with my finger, yeah. It's
Well, do whatever you gotta do. George asked in a private message. How long do you want to go? Jen is falling asleep. Rockabye baby Jen. Let's sing her a lullaby. Somebody sing her a lullaby. Anyway. Man, if you can hop out and go home, hop back in or don't hop back in. I don't know how long I'm going to go. I'm just going till I get done with this law part.
Okay.
I don't even know how long. It's supposed to be 2 hours minimum. We've probably been almost there, right?
2 hours. Where are you getting 2 hours minimum?
That's what it says in the book. That
Oh.
you must spend 2 hours minimum in the legal section. And so here we go with another one. Get the drawer. There's no such thing as a citizen's arrest. Citizen's arrest. That's on TV. If you're going to do this stuff in North Carolina, which is the only reason you should be reading a North Carolina handbook, unless you're one of them reciprocity state people and you think you're going to come here and carry concealed in our state because of reciprocity, then please be reading this book, my marked up version, and watch this video. Many other states have in their statutes and their court rulings that to detain someone is to arrest them, to not allow them to leave. But in North Carolina law, you may detain somebody using reasonable force. That is a very complicated thing. So no, we don't arrest in North Carolina. You can detain. I'm sure sooner or later I'll put up a video just about that, because the North Carolina Department of Justice and its Justice Academy for its entire existence doesn't know how to define arrest in NC. So don't ever tell anybody you're under arrest, even if you are detaining them. A detention is making somebody stand there while police come because you ain't cops. Whoever you are concealed carrying. Even if you're an off-duty cop. If you didn't get in touch with your sergeant and lieutenants and get clocked in through the computer system and approved for that overtime, you are not a cop. If you don't get clocked in and get in writing, you ain't no cop. You're just John Q. Citizen. How about that? So fix your ideas about don't be using guns to hold people unless that's what got them to drop theirs. You don't have to de-escalate and put away your tools, because in the moment, in the second, they switch theirs to their left hand and promise you that that's their off or weak hand. Nope. Preventing a criminal's escape or detaining them using whatever force, as long as it's reasonable, is complicated. Does not give anybody, let alone citizens. This is a terminology that I don't blame them for that. Something like 30 other states call it that. When a person detains another, they have done a citizen's arrest.
And the state of North Carolina does not recognize citizens' arrest.
No. It's called a lawful detention. In California, if you did what is called a lawful detention in North Carolina, you have arrested somebody. You got to know in fine detail the laws, rules, and ordinances of where exactly you are. The right to use deadly force to effect an arrest or prevent escape is not given to, it's not even given to police. Police are just citizens wearing a fancy uniform, or lawful resident aliens. You have limited power to detain. It says so right here. Be careful with that power. With any power that we have, and it's not citizens, it's people again. People. A lawful, go find this statute and read it, and then read it backwards, and then go find yourself somebody that will call yourself friend, who is a bar-approved attorney, not a law student, who's willing to stake their bar approval on their advising you under this statute. Don't take my word or anybody else on the internet webs. Get a lawyer who will put in writing to you And even if you record it, have a meeting with you and try to help you understand what that says, and they will, if you end up in court about this, you can then thank former and future President Trump, because everybody knows this term now. It's called an advice of counsel defense. You can dump it off on your lawyer if you got it in writing and paid them to write it for you. Otherwise, don't be doing it. Don't try to detain somebody if you don't fully understand it, so much so that a lawyer will sign off on it for you, your understanding of it. The cool guys say, play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Isn't that
So-
life?
Substitute lawyer/court. Play lawyer/court games. You will win lawyer/court prizes. So anyway, know the difference. You may, and they don't discuss it in here. It is found at 1404, at 404, 15A 404, B or D. I don't remember. I didn't pull that up before starting this live or this stream. If you or a law enforcement officer reasonably believe that a person fleeing from you, preventing an escape, is an imminent threat, including immediate danger to an innocent third party or the public in general or at large, then you may shoot them in the back. Go look at cop shoot back at how many people have raged all over the news and the internets for the last 30 years about the police shot him in the back. The police shot him in the back. Well, a guy that just stabbed a cop and now he's running towards a crowd of women and children. Could the cop not reasonably believe that he would stab those women and children? Absolutely. So to prevent his threat, it's her, Z's. Where was it? Wherever it was. Way back, we looked over third parties. I wrote duty all over it. Defense of others. So you may. Except they tell you down here, in all the confusing, you may not. Yes, you may. If just because you had a handgun as defined in North Carolina law, they turned away from you and went towards someone else who didn't have one. That's them still being a threat to someone else. Have good lawyers. Understand what a detention and an arrest is. If they did something stupid and you said, you wait here, I've called the police, and they say no and run away, let them run away. Whatever. They peed on your wall. Use of force to protect property. You may not. And now you got to. Which this book doesn't. Real estate property is different than, I forgot what it's called. It's stuff like your pocket change, carryable cash. It's not transient. It's like temporary or temporal or something. Property. Than stuff you own.
Well, in legal speak, it's called real property.
Real property means real estate.
Well,
Dirt.
no, it can also mean your car is real property.
No,
When it comes to
a car is not real property. It's called tangible property or something else, but it can be carried away. Just, and they mention it in here somewhere. No matter how valuable the, or maybe it's intangible property, meaning it's not real. And good call, because the only reason you would say that is because you've heard it too many times from too many of these stupid justice books and college criminal justice books that in North Carolina came from the Justice Academy. It's copy paste nonsense that they don't understand. Does not, let's get out the, I need to start using a PDF editor that has like constricted lines and circles and ovals. Does not. They should have put this in capital and bold letters. Does not.
No, but I'm saying.
I know. I could have got the text tool out. It is verboten. Forbidden. The use of deadly force, even the threat of it, solely to protect property. Property does not mean your house. We're getting to it. Defensive habitation. That means if you come out of the restaurant and somebody's in your car and drives away with it, you can't shoot them or the tires. Here it is again. Preventing theft. The reason this has to be in this book, and it is in the opinions of some court rulings, North Carolina, district federals, and the Supreme Court have to explain to people, because some fool did a thing. If you know who stole your whatever, your very favoriteest ever, your father gave it to you chainsaw, and it's the only thing you cut the limbs off your tree with, and they stole it, and you know where it is because it's your cousin, and he says that's his grandfather's chainsaw too, so he took it. You go over there waving a gun around to take that chainsaw back, you're the bad guy. That's sort of truly how we ended up with them having to write this. Don't go trying to get your stuff with your gun. Call the cops. Hire yourself a private investigator. Use the courts. Do whatever. Don't turn it into a gunfight. The only people that get hurt are the little kids that live across the street. So, see, they're very unclear here, again, in what they're talking about. If it is reasonably necessary, reasonable, if it is reasonably necessary force, if the reasonably necessary force became deadly, then deadly force is reasonably necessary. Consult with your attorneys. Yes, you can. See, they don't know how to use their words. Let's fix it for them. Hopefully they'll get down there at the academy and fix this up. You can, but you probably shouldn't. You can do a lot of things in this world. And I probably should have wrote should. Don't shoot at a thief before, during, or after a theft. Define theft. So don't shoot people because they're writing their stupid graffiti on your wall. But in this case, if you got to know the difference between cheesy theft and a robbery, and here they try to spell it out. It's not life. Please stop. C A of the big four. Imminent threat of what? And if you ask that to a cop, he's going to say, Mexi stuff. Death or great bodily harm. If it is an armed robbery, that's what this is called. They say, for example, they used a deadly weapon. Even if you could perceive it to be. If they did that stupid, they stuck their little finger in the pocket of their hoodie at you and said, your money or your life. It doesn't matter whether they had a real gun in there or not. What did you perceive in the instant? It could have reasonably been a real gun. If they show you their finger and tell you that they're from Mars and that finger is going to burst a ray of microwave lasers at you, you probably shouldn't shoot them. Get them on video and let's talk about them right here on the YouTube. So, and this is another one, we cannot get our cops, our courts, and our mainstream medias, including either side, to stop doing what I call, it's a lawyer word. And until the last 4 years, I'd never heard anybody, including other lawyers, say it. But now I hear it all the time. Thanks, former and future president. I won't say his name. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. I don't remember how to spell it.
No.
I better ask. Ask the Google bar. It's 2 words, I know that. Yes, I meant that.
What, you mean president-elect?
Yes. Former and future president, T word. I've already said his name 2 or 3 times in this live chatty. And it's a no-no. I'm trying to behave for the whole wide world. I guess I did spell it right. I just didn't put the space in it. That never happens. De minimis. No, I didn't spell it right. Ha, I fixed it. That means looking for the least possible thing that a thing or a circumstance could generate. And I see it all the time, many times a day if I hurt myself by looking at headlines and news where they say the shop owner killed a thief, murdered. And it turns out there was 5 guys in there, 4 had guns and 1 had a big old knife and had already stuck it in the shop owner's wife. But because they supposedly went in there saying your money or your life, and to prove we mean business, we stabbed your wife, the whole wide world makes out that somehow you're the bad guy because you defended against an armed robbery, an immediate danger because they had a knife stuck in someone in your business that we're going to talk about your business too. You don't have to wait for them to stab you. And all anybody will say about it is, well, they were just trying to steal. They're poor. They needed something to eat. Okay. That's what I call de minimis. Get away from that. Don't de minimis. Don't look for the least possible thing, because the next thing comes is victim shaming and victim blaming. Right after that, they're going to say, well, you shouldn't have had that gaudy quarter carat diamond ring, flaunting it in their face that they cut your finger off to get.
You shouldn't own a house. You shouldn't own a store.
You shouldn't have been out in public. You shouldn't have been wherever you were lawfully. That's the thing I'm talking about. This leads to that, and people are very destructive to each other over it, and it does lead to the victim shaming and the victim blaming. The same person that'll tell you, well, you're so blessed. You can Thank goodness you could afford to lose it. Man, they stabbed my whoever, my employee, my wife, my brother, my husband. Yeah, but you see, and then I'll go crazy about my yeah, but ism and what about isms. And it's really your fault.
There's been some very famous / infamous cases in the media and the courts where they express just what you're talking about, such as a store owner being getting ready to be held up as the persons come in with pistols and weapons out. He shouldn't have shot him with a shotgun because, he should have waited for them to come all the way in, even though they had hoods, full face covering, weapons out. He should wait to be shot.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, sir. For everybody who wasn't following along. That was George. George is a smart guy. So here we go. And this is in North Carolina only. Check wherever you are out there in Internet Landia. You make sure in your own states, and I promise you, California and Florida are not one of those states. I think Michigan is another one that does not have this. And if don't go looking for it in North Carolina under castle doctrine. North Carolina does not have one. South Carolina does. Find out your words. Be careful how you use your words. Don't write a whole paragraph of meaningless nonsense that points to the next paragraph. When all of this should not be discussed in here at all. It should say, when you can understand, notice earlier, 20 pages back, the DOJ lawyer guy that I haven't scrolled back up to get his name and call him out by name. I'll just blame you, Josh Stein. You are still the Attorney General, and you have been, and your predecessor governor was your predecessor Attorney General, and you too, are why this book is horrible. And why us John Q. citizen peasants don't know our A from a hole in the gray.
Don't eat like you're losing. You should be like what? Like what? What are you doing? We always start off with a little mob. I'm killing one guy.
Wow, they got animated. What are they talking about, George? Give us a play-by-play.
I'm guessing they're talking about Warhammer 40K. They're in the middle of a big fight.
All right. Warhammer 40K. I know what that is, actually. We should write it in right here. This instruction for jurors is interrupted by Warhammer 40K at the whatever at the Dragon in Fayetteville. Get there. Be there or be square. All right. I got my copy paste link. And I copied from. I clicked the wrong tab.
Yeah.
This whole thing needs to be deleted. And this whole section needs to be deleted. And first we need
Has a. I need. I have
when I'm done with all this. Shoot, it doesn't fit. There it does. It fits. Except I drew all over it. This is why I use the magic Microsoft. Watch this. Now we go back to here and draw all the way around our words. Don't mess up your words. When I'm all done with this video and these markups, should have put that in blue. We're going to give them another point.
Like literally dying. Taking attack to that. Yeah, they all go on to her. They did. Oh, no. You know what? I have a lot of finger strips on the captain. It's just toughness for space rail.
All this stuff right here. All this stuff. All this stuff until here. Didn't we already discuss self-defense and defense of others?
Yep.
Now, we're going to have to come back to this. All this stuff right here. They never used the word. Scrolling some more. See? It says all this. Home, workplace, motor vehicle. If you start with home, people are going to say, oh, home is his castle. Castle doctrine. No, it is not. It is called defense of habitation. That is what it is called in North Carolina. Workplace, motor vehicle. Because a lot of courts, a lot of lawyers, a lot of everybody who's more qualified than me to use these big, giant, multi-syllable words says, note well, justified when the defendant is acting to prevent a forcible entry into the defendant's home, other place of residence. Anywhere you lay your head down to sleep in North Carolina is your domicile or habitation. So if you stayed in a hotel while you're on vacation at the now thankfully reopened since the hurricane, some of the hotels around the Biltmore thing, all you rich famous tourists, please go and rich famous tourists and dump as much money as you can in the mountains of North Carolina and leave your guns at home in whatever rich state you came from that doesn't allow guns anyway.
You're just out of range.
They need them some money. Your workplace, if you have ownership management or the permission of ownership and managements. I was about to say ownership and management rights or their permission. Or motor vehicle. This right here. It is not clear in these jury instructions, is it? Occupied. It must be occupied by you or somebody, the lawful occupant. If someone's trying to break into your car and there's no humans in the car and no you're... Oh, Lord, I forgot it. When you're a paw parent, what are your children called, George?
Dependent?
No, he's talking about if you had cats and dogs.
Yeah.
Some people call it fur babies.
They do? Yeah, fur babies. That's it. Thanks, Jennifer. Your fur babies don't count. Those are property in North Carolina. If you want your fur babies to count, you have to move to Colorado. Colorado has some serious different G-word laws. And if anybody knows, have any other states jumped on the Colorado that fur babies are family dependents? That's the only one I've heard of. So anyway, it's got to be an occupied motor vehicle. And I do think, we'll go back, trying to get done with the red book. Occupied. Okay. Let's give them plus. How many pluses did I get? We'll give them plus 10. For occupant / occupied. And it's very important to understand that if you come home and find your front door open and whatever, a moving van in your driveway, don't pull your gun up and run into that house. Get yourself safe. Protect your life. Back away from the scene. Call the cops. Let cops with bulletproof vests and sovereign immunity, that's what limited qualified immunity really means, go run up in there and play guns. But when cops get their guns out, get yourself behind bricks.
No.
So this is complicated. Read occupant or occupied here. If they try to intrude or actually do intrude to your habitation, domicile, workplace, or occupied motor vehicle, you are presumed, not assumed, to have had a reasonable fear of imminent threat. They forgot the word threat here in this red book. They did okay. They've added that word and dropped the word threat after imminent. Death or serious bodily harm, and guess what they didn't mention? They might get another plus points.
The S word.
Fencing interest. So that's an extra 40. Yeah.
They overcame themselves. So if somebody's kicking on your door and there's no reason on this earth why anybody you know should be kicking on your door, you are presumed to have satisfied the original number one way up there at the top. You reasonably believed, fear of, you reasonably believed that there was a imminent threat of death or great bodily harm or great bodily injury. You get that presumption. Number one is covered. Now you still have to ask yourself, would that person of ordinary firmness agree with me?
Which you can't roll.
So, as explained, through your criminal defense attorneys. So you may use any force you deem necessary. I don't know that it's
Why are you gonna run when you have the whole advantage there? Think like that we got melted.
the person against whom defensive force was used was in the process of forcefully entering. And remember, they described right back a few pages ago. Words are force. If somebody cons their way through words into your home, they have unlawfully entered or intruded. Now you got to know what in the situation changed to make you think they're any more than a cheesy trespasser. So be very careful. Know this stuff before it happens to you. And two, the person who used defensive force knew or had reason to believe that the unlawful and forcible act was occurring. That's a bunch of silliness. And see, I could have given them more plus points there, but here they go again. Go red.
Math said this could still be a fight. Yeah. Math said that it should be a fight. Math said it would be too bad, but it's not.
Let me try to do this like a sportscaster.
All right, gonna start.
Tonight at 11. Warhammer 40K at the Green something or other.
On my weapons.
Now, all this rebutting and everything else does not apply. Shall be rebuttable. If the person who you use the force against has the right to be there, lawful resident. If your kid's sneaking in the window because they snuck out one night and they're sneaking in and you shot your kid, you don't get a presumption.
I'm just waiting for you to.
So otherwise, if they were otherwise lawful or authorized or empowered to be there legally, you can't just all of a sudden decide. And of course, they have to have a law enforcement exclusion. Let's get this one up on the screen. This goes against any cop doing anything. You're always supposed to acquiesce and let them tyrant you and abuse you. And work it out in court later. Be glad they didn't kill you. Because that's what cops do. If they are a law enforcement officer or bail bondsman licensed by the state or whatever in the performance of their duties, which means they better loud announce themselves. There's no such thing as using defensive force. You can go ask Breonna Taylor at al. And company down there over that whole fiasco. You may not use deadly force against the cops. If you reasonably should have known that that was a cop. And the courts and the state police investigators are always going to err on the side of the guys in blue.
But I think you're on to do with people that force it. Yeah. There you go. Okay. So 3 of those.
Don't take all these. Here we are back at the defense of others. We already discussed this. They just repeated it because they're not capable of remembering what was at the top of the page. Different people edit the book for the Academy. Go to this one. Remembering that word occupied from the Red Book. Get the actual jury instructions. And then go read them carefully against the actual statutes. This is a lot of stuff with a lot of words, with a lot of footnotes provided by, for, and about the judges of the Supreme Court of North Carolina. Get this all in your head before you try to claim that you know what Kessel Doctrine is, because that doesn't exist in North Carolina. All of this in here is the one thing having to do with, scroll back to top instantly, defensive habitation. And now they're trying to tell you all these other things that don't apply to you, where they already said you have to be the lawful occupant. You don't get to claim defensive habitation if you broke in to commit a felony, if you're the breaker and enterer. If you started a fight outside your house and ran in your house and locked your door, and that's the problem, that now you're suffering this. You started a fight in the driveway.
It's coming here.
So the other side, when you reached into your back pocket saying, I'm going to pull my knife out and cut you up. So the other side ripped his gun out and you ran in your house saying, I'm going to get my gun. They're not an intruder. Don't try to claim that they were trying to intrude. You started the fight. Don't be starting fights and ending them with your guns. Storage to protect minors in North Carolina. There's the law. Go look it up. If you copy paste that or mark it, 14-315.1. If you have guns around children, or you let your children bring other children that you don't have legal guardianship over around your guns, and you don't store them to protect the little kids, if they found out in public with it, even components or pieces thereof, class 1 misdemeanor. If somebody gets hurt or scared, class 2 misdemeanor, and I guess it doesn't say it in here. Threatening manner. It's a felony. If you allow a minor to get access to a gun and they go do great harm, yes, in North Carolina. I don't even know what state it was in. Oh, yeah, I do. It was in Butler, Pennsylvania. Go see where dad of the guy that shot Donald J. is. It's a big felony, even if you don't shoot a candidate for office. Concealment defined. It's still not in version 7 and it's not in version 8. This is important in North Carolina. All right, here is the legal definition of a handgun. Short stock, designed to be shot one-handed. A friend of mine gave me a bunch of pictures and included it in my slideshows, but he never got me the updated PowerPoint file that had the little what that actually means about a short stock. No stock counts as a short stock. A grip or grip handle is a short stock. One-handed means handgun. If you need two hands on it, it's a long gun. It does not apply. This law applies only to handguns. This is true. Yay book +1. No other types of weapons. Knives, clubs, or martial arts weapons, and our law actually says, including shuriken. Concealment defined. It's missing here, but they have it in the definition on the test. On or about the person. About the person means within ready access or reach. So if you have all the guns in the back seat and 5 people sitting in your back seat, you could say, hand me the gun. That is about your person. What's missing from here is what is the definition of concealment? That means not visible to a member of the public. Under law, if you are carrying a concealed handgun, you must have a valid permit from your local sheriff or the sheriff of the county you reside in, and one other form of valid identification, which is not defined. Yes, driver's license, state IDs, federal IDs, military IDs, they too take, and it depends on the cop you're dealing with or the district attorney you're dealing with, whether you had valid ID. If you're so busy in going to sheriff's departments and giving them your fingerprints to get yourself a concealed carry permit, The sheriff probably won't give it to you unless you have a valid ID.
Which is true. They won't.
Make sure you have that ID. If you lose your driver's license, get another one ordered. It's not go wait in a line for 7 months. They're online now. So then we have
Can I shoot?
places where the permit does not authorize carrying a concealed handgun.
One.
And then they immediately
No, two.
we're supposed to be teaching areas where the permit does not authorize. That's a bad word. The correct word is
Remember, if you stay up there, you get X-ray.
so they say this one way and then they reword it. The handgun permit does not authorize the carrying in areas listed later. Then why did you put this here? See, they're just confusing people. And then they jump straight to what if you're approached by a law enforcement officer? Go see Philando Castile. And I can't think of the name of another one. Yes, they're getting older cases now. Just if you don't feel 100% good about moving your hands around a cop, if you're in a car or not, then don't move your hands. Keep your hands visible. Let your mouth do the talking. Be polite. If you're worried that a cop is going to shoot you and kill you, then get past that. Don't get attitude, especially if you got a gun on you. So no. Even when they start talking all that junk and they find out, well, you're a good guy, you're a CCH license holder, and they'll say that. It's not a license, it's a permit. Cops don't know words. So don't, even if they said, hey man, let me check it out, I love that kind of gun. No. The only way they go off is if they're out of their holsters in somebody's hands. No.
Got that right.
If
Wait, if your boss asks you for your weapon because of something going on.
Don't fight with the cops. Don't argue with the cops. Do not attempt to display the handgun. Now, what if they tell you to hand it over to them because they're going to clear it and make it safe? Okay, that's a violation of all of the laws, all of the rules, and the Constitution. See that 4th, 5th, and 14th Amendment rights to be safe in your effects and all that other stuff and your persons? And he is the law. You better have thought about it before you go doing it. Don't argue with the cops. Don't get loud and proud and start a cop with an ego problem. Remember, I told you go look at the audit channel. Try to talk them out of it. Say, my gun is fine, it's locked in my glove box, or my gun is fine, it's in my holster. You and me and no one else is touching it. Sir, thank you, sir, please. If you insist, I don't know what else I'm going to do. Maybe I'll have you declare me detained and handcuff me and disarm me. That way, if it goes off, it's all on you. And get your supervisor, get a partner, get someone out here who's not crazy like you, cop. But know the cop you're dealing with before you talk to him like that. At your earliest possible convenience with your hands. Don't stick your hands way up in the air on the sidewalk. But if you're driving a car, get them up on that steering wheel at 10 and 2. Let them see all the little piggy fingers. and that.
And if
Yes.
the traffic cop, go ahead before the cop even gets there, get your driver's license and whatever ID you need out, and have it in your hand, so you can have it one hand out the window, one on the steering wheel, in plain sight.
Or if you don't ride ready like that, don't go digging around in your car. When you get pulled over and they see you lean over and your head disappears below the window line from the back, and they see you moving over and then you sit back up and then you sit back down and it looks like you reach down between your legs, they're gonna assume gun. Not,
That-
oh, I had my stuff in my backpack from school this afternoon. Just
Bad decision.
wait for instructions. Breathe, so you don't end up trying to tell a cop with his knee on your neck or worse that you can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. We all know these sayings, right? Keep yourself calm, cool, and collected and get through your interaction. They're just scared people like the rest of us. Get through it. Everybody goes home unhurt. Hopefully. Keep both hands visible. Don't move anything. Freeze. Think about the old TV shows. Just freeze. Say it for the cop. And if you don't feel 100%, one of your molecules says, don't move my hands, just tell them. Articulate it clearly. I'm very nervous. I'm afraid. Not particular because of you personally. I'm having this moment. Help me through it, officer. You need me to step out? Need to handcuff me? Need me to sit in the back of your car? I don't know. Whatever we got to do, don't shoot me. And then they talk about escalating force. This is, again, ripped out of a police manual. You don't have to know any of this. Unless it's here, it's in a book. You might as well read it. Before you get in any of these other situations, like the whole reason we're talking about this is, oh no, my gun went off, right? Out in the world. Having had exposure to all these legal terms and concepts is one thing. But even if you pay the $29.99 a month for the best, I'm not going to name any of them. There's about 5 now. They let us misuse the word insurance, but it's not insurance to provide legal protection or legal assistance for gun owners. Get a hold of that contract and read it very carefully and have a lawyer friend of yours help you with it. Because it may require you that upon claim, you have to claim knowledge of some of this stuff for them to pay the claim and pay lawyers. The main thing to know about all these different types of force, like they discussed earlier, is that force does not follow these levels in any order. If boogeymen kick your door, it's a home invasion. And on top of that, the defensive habitation, your door's been kicked open. They are intruders. But you happened, while you were rushing through your hallway to where your home defense tools are stored, saw that they both had masks over their head and long guns. That starts here. You know, you ain't got to be worried about, should I issue them a verbal challenge? Should I tell them, I've got my gun, I will shoot? No. They came in deadly, you get to go deadly. You running your mouth lets them know where you are. But you got to know these things. Prohibited carry areas. You may not carry even with your concealed carry permit. This has all got very destroyed at number 4. Since, I don't know, 2011 till now, they keep changing things. Educational property in general, public or private of any kind, except this year, 2024, they amended some stuff for private schools. And let's see, did they put it in here? Campus athletic fields, trustees. Okay, see, it's down in here. You may possess a handgun in a closed compartment or container within the locked vehicle or a locked container securely affixed to the vehicle. And they have said, some police have said, but I haven't seen a court ruling in that way or a change to the statute, that you could just keep it in your holster as opposed to the console or the dash. I just call it a glove box, but down here in the South where I moved to, they call it a pocket. Is that what they call it, George?
No, it's still a glove box.
I've heard somebody else around here call it, I think they call it a pocket, dash pocket. Anyway.
Well, there are things called dash pockets, but it's not the glove box.
Well, and this is another one. I don't have it in writing to provide, so I might as well not say it, but I'm going to say it. I have heard, as long as you leave that gun in your holster, you may unlock the vehicle so that your kitty kids that you're picking up at the school can enter or exit. Not you. Oh, yeah, here it is. It is in writing. You may possess the handgun on your person as long as you don't put those feet on the property of the school. This note didn't carry over into the jury instructions. What they tried to get clear, and it is written somewhere in this silly book, I hope I don't hit it, that if you reasonably believe that there is an active shooter in a school, North Carolina would encourage you. Let me see where they put it.
Theoretically, you shoot all your guns.
I'm not going to scroll back through all that. This is making me very tired. We do have to give them points. Person. See how good they did? That's because they were tired of going back and changing back the stuff that Chad changed by this time. They only went and got rid of the citizen stuff until they were like, man, I'm sick of this. How many of those did he change? Because they weren't smart enough to know that there's Control F. Exactly that many as Control F tells you. But anyway, the state would like you to, if there's a shooting at a school, run in there with your concealed carry handgun and stop the shooter. Or they say stop the threat against the children. Unless you've ever had a drill in that, don't try it.
The fun part.
If you live in Uvalde, Texas, the cops are never going to go in there and shoot anybody. If you live anywhere else in America, they're going to go shoot anybody they can find with a weapon of any kind in their hand, including other cops. Certain state properties and courthouses, go update it. Go read the updates here. 14.269.4. It's been changed many, many times since they last edited this section of the book. You may carry in state-owned rest areas. Do you know the difference between state and federal rest areas on federal interstate highway systems? Most of them are state. But don't you dare go pull into the scales that are owned by either a state or the federal DOT with your gun. That's federal property. And it's not a rest area.
And living, I take Millennial's contract. And then they just cancel 2 quarters. And then I go
This
back
is
over.
just like the schools, and this has to do with like courts. I didn't mention the hatchback or the trunk of a hatchback or trunk bearing vehicle at the school. Don't put your feet out on the school property and transfer your gun to the trunk of your car. Someone's going to panic and call the cops. And don't you dare do it at a courthouse. Courthouses where bad guys and their bad guy families.
The German, if you could have put a line on you, maybe some really. You're talking about German army camo scheme. Alright, I have a plus one super easy, like, let's say brown,
Sorry, I got distracted trying to read the chat. I think it says stack something. Sorry, sir, or ma'am, or they, or Z. They wrote in the chat, we got constitutional carry in Ohio. Hoorah, yay for you. And thank you for watching and listening. If you visit North Carolina, I hope this helped you. And please be careful with your cops in Ohio. Go back later, watch the video about how to behave around cops. But don't put your vehicle, they call it a visible transfer, as authorized at the court, because bad guys and their bad guy families are at the court. And you're going to come back and find your trunk pried open and your gun's gone. And don't leave your gun in one of those fabulous magnetic things sitting there right next to your driver's seat and you went in to do your business somewhere somehow, because if they can see it through the window, they're going to steal your gun and or your monies or pocketbooks. They're still arguing every day about the fairgrounds. If you're not comfortable, there's another saying I have. Let's get the saying in here in the book that I should have put way at the beginning of the book, especially when we're talking about deadly weapons. If you are in doubt, don't. The long version is the long version of this is if you are in doubt about anything in your life, especially dealing with a deadly weapon, don't do it. If you don't feel 100% giggly and safe and secure going to the fairground to let the kiddies eat fried Twinkies, don't go there. If all your hackles is, oh my gosh, I need my gun where tens of thousands of children and their mothers are gathered, don't go there, please. You can eat fried Twinkies at home. I do believe they have changed this. I haven't looked at 142772 lately. It used to be only the A word, that other A word. It's all the topic lately since the new Supreme Court ruling. The chat just scrolled away. George and Jen, are you seeing those two chats from that last guy?
Yeah.
From all.
I think he deleted them.
Oh man, I wish I'd have screenshot them. Stacks or whatever your name was. Put your chats back. I miss them. And I don't have chat recording on the stream, so that it's not recorded.
Oh well.
It happens. I'll remember it fondly. Thank you, fine stranger. I really enjoyed your chats. Okay. Anywhere that there's anybody holding a sign, don't take your guns there. Those are people looking for trouble. They're already angry. They're frustrated so much so that they're doing their First Amendment protest thing. Leave them alone. Solve it at the ballot box. Don't get all puffed up about anything. And if it is a private healthcare facility and it's all this garbage about the A word, hopefully the private healthcare facility, because there's no such thing as a government-run A clinic. Yes, there is some federal government funding for clinics that offer that as a service as well. But no matter what your problem is, and North Carolina is a special case, go look up that Eric, who was it? Eric something, Rudolph, the North Carolina guy that blew up the A clinics and the Olympics in Georgia. Anyway, people go there with all bad intent. Hopefully, if that kind, and I started seeing, and now he's famous again. For the first time, maybe around, and I'd have to go check my emails and my dear diaries. Maybe around 2014 or 15 or 16. Because of RFK Jr. and their A wording, the other A word we're not allowed to say anymore. They're neurologically diverging or neurologically diversing the children with vaccinations. Because of his book and his campaign against vaccines, I saw an anti-vaccination protest that got violent about 14, 15, or 16.
What protest doesn't get violent, it seems like.
Right. We're arguing about health and beating each other up about it. It makes all the sense in the world, doesn't it? So just stay away from the demonstrations of any kind. Go listen to the Rolling Stone song. He went down to the demonstration to get his fair share of abuse. If you are involved in any kind of facility where you have First Amendment people standing on the sidewalk in front of your place, get licensed and registered and insured private security guards to deal with it. They will make liaison with the local police and keep your protesteth too muches from turning into mostly peaceful riots. Mostly.
Go get it.
Huh?
We'll go get it.
I don't, yeah, I don't have to do that.
We'll see. Just find out what they want.
You got 3 guys left. Build your army. You got 3 guys left.
Areas of emergency or riot, as declared by our governor only. No POTUS, no federal anybody can declare an emergency that costs us access to our guns without all these special caveats.
Yeah.
And no mayors, no county commissioners, no county managers, the governor only. 166A. Until COVID, I seem to be the only person in North Carolina that knew what 166A, excluding, let me catch him doing something right, Mr. Roy Cooper. Because as soon as COVID got stupid, he started writing executive orders based on 166A. His order and declarations may not impose restrictions on lawfully possessed firearms or ammunition. And I very much dislike and disapprove, and am very glad that he's not eligible for office, and I am 100% sure that Roy Cooper will land himself at least 9 paychecks working as an employee to this state and private contractors to this state and the feds. He gave up the White House for Biden and Kamala and Trump.
We do it.
But he never, ever. I'm glad to see him go. Thanks for your service, sir. Rah, rah, rah. He has never, in all of his time at DOJ or as governor, tried to limit, infringe, reduce. None of that. Our Second Amendment rats. If you think, remember what I said earlier? If you're in doubt about a thing, don't do it. If you think there might be feds involved even in the floor of the building you're standing on, you may not take your gun there. If you have to ask yourself, I wonder if I can have a gun in here. No. The answer is no. Don't take your gun in there, especially if it's federal property. No, you can't have it in the post office. And the other answer to that is the question I asked myself in my head. Q. Thanks. Hey, private, not federal, since the oh God, George, how long was that? Did did the Fed give up on owning all the banks and mints or whatever after the Civil War or before? Since the forever.
Mints
How about that?
have always been owned or leased by the federal government. Printing places, since the Feds started printing money about 1870s, early 1870s. Earliest bill I can find record of is 1873. Because there's a difference between
This
and
thing about
printing.
handguns being allowed in federal parks in states which the permit is recognized.
I wouldn't trust that.
Trust that at the end of this section they have a clicker for reciprocity, and the NRA has a better one, and the USCCA has an even better up-to-date reciprocity map and what that means.
Yeah,
Don't
but if you think
don't
Leos
trust
don't know
this
their
book.
try a park ranger
Yeah,
or what we bunny cops.
call ahead. If you're going to visit a federal park like whatever Yosemite or I don't know it, I think that's a federal park
Yep.
in another state. Call ahead. Look on their website. Do something, but don't get yourself deep into a federal property and find out, oh damn, I got my gun on me and I'm not supposed to have it.
Certain sections of the Blue Ridge Parkway are federal.
Letter G. Verbal notice is conspicuous notice. This whole private property thing and this conspicuous posting, and a shout out, I can't remember her name right now, but she can't say that word or the inconspicuous variant. She says conspicuous. It's very cute. She tries. We tried to have conspicuous classes during a security guard class, and she just, the best she could come up with was conspicuous. Everybody always tries to argue and they hop up and down about the conspicuous sign and this and that. And if you go in the front door bell, it has a sign, but if you sneak in the back door, it doesn't have a sign and blah, 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 blah. Well, if somebody at the belt comes over and tells you we don't allow guns here, get out. You're being a butthole to argue with them. What?
We're going to have to pack up.
Okay. Well, I'll probably still be here running my mouth when you get home.
Maybe. If not, I'll give you a call to let you know I'm back anyhow. All right. Bye.
Bye.
That's all I've seen. Like, it's simple. This is simple.
And then I lost my thing because they were the ones letting me know how many viewers were active. Go back to mine. Refreshy page. Please don't autoplay. Still says I have 2 watching. Oh, it says I have a notice as well. Oh, new subscriber. Let's go back to the book. 2 still watching. Thank you all for watching. I do still have my chat up on my other screen in the OBS. Chat if you want to. It's tiny. I'll have to lean way over and read it. Or maybe I'll pull it back over on this screen. There it is. Peekaboo. There it went. All gone. This is complicated. Theoretically, the law says that you may open carry in First Amendment and do all these other amendments and do stuff in police departments, sheriff's offices in North Carolina, not sheriff's departments. They're very careful about that word. They like their word sheriff's office. Don't try it. Don't test. Are these the best ever Second Amendment auditable cops on planet Earth? Send them a letter. Call them in advance. Say, hey, can I come in your department with my thing? And if they say no, file a written complaint. Slam them on YouTube. Don't go running in there with a gun to try to prove something about a bunch of cops. I pick on our donut storage facilities, but I do appreciate what they do for a living. A few that aren't bad. I'm very biased. In an office or a floor, I mentioned it earlier. They call it non-exclusive building use or partial building use. Anywhere other than your home. They forgot the at-home portion of right here. If you have bad levels of anything in your blood, there's no legal limit for guns in alcohol. If you can blow anything, then you can't have your gun away from your home. NCJA. At home equals okay. Forgotten. But if you're out away from your home or domicile and you had 1 sip of alcohol before you start drinking, get yourself a designated G-word person. You need a designated driver and a designated G-word driver. You don't want to run the risk of getting a hold of, Murphy's Rule. It's always when you least need a thing to happen, it's going to happen. And this is another one for, I hope, to one day be able to sit down and do video just about this. And get it clear to someone who has a voice. I never mentioned it at the beginning of this stream. Let me take a pause because I'm taking a sip of coffee anyway. I did write in the description of this stream, I have sayings. I decided to just today, late this afternoon, to call this WMFI show without the T at front. I call myself, and have since I was very, very young, the world's most frustrated inarticulate. Any of you listening to this thing live? The last one of you. The other one must have been one of the 2 devices of George and Jennifer. Finally switched off. Oh man, I should have put this tab up where that person's chats were in there from Ohio. Thank you, Stacks from Ohio. I miss you. Listen to my voice, all of you. And I'll explain that in a different video. I'm not explaining it in this video. Even when I know what I want to say, and I've got a sort of script, which is the red book. I can work off of that and go follow the red book and stay on target, stick with it. Listen to my voice. When I know what I want to say, this is how it comes out of me. There are reasons, maybe excuses. That's for another video. That's not for a red book video. Oh, the red book made her cry. So sad. Get back on track. Here we go. So what will require another video with a well-written script and a well-written thing that will go through history. And maybe it's a good thing George left, because I test George's nerves. The purpose of a federal government, and especially the Supreme Court of the United States, is that we should have nationwide or union-wide uniformity. Of all things, so that we may freely travel between the states without regard for, oh my God, I got to read all this to carry, if I'm from Virginia and I have a valid license from Virginia. Sorry, Virginia, if it's a permit. I think it's a license. I could click over and remind myself, but I'm not. You do have to get yourself affiliated and associated and exposed to all this North Carolina crud, including trying to figure out, man, do I really have to ascertain citizenship? Yes, along with pronouns, ascertain citizenship. Why? Because failed cops or retired cops now at the Justice Academy said so. Never mind all you crazy judges, SCOTUS. Haha, we're cops. But here it is in the Red Book. But you won't find it anywhere much else. Let's put a star on it. Uniformity. Nowhere in this state, by statute, which was enacted after North Carolina's Supreme Court ruling. These rules and laws are applicable in every square millimeter of North Carolina. No, see, they misspelled that. That is ensure, not insure. Insure means to financially promise to pay for a claim of damage. To ensure uniformity, colon. No political subdivisions, boards, agencies of the state, nor any county, city, municipality, municipal corporation, town, township, village, nor any department or agency thereof may enact ordinances, which means ordained, which means it came from above. So city can't say, well, county told me to. No rules, no regulations. And why do you think the state of North Carolina General Assembly, which is our legislature, had to pay lawyers to help them get all of these words in here, because they were dealing with what I call outhouse lawyers in its more derogatory term. Starts with SH, house. Of all of us out here on the road talking about, well, they didn't say township. Political subdivision covers townships. Boards, agencies, no matter what you try to say, none of these anythings, no elected or appointed or employed by electeds, can do anything concerning legally carrying a concealed handgun. None of that. Well, we have a city ordinance garbage that go back and watch those the audits. Go watch First Amendment auditors. These poor slob cops get themselves jacked up onto the internet every single day because the city said, well, we have an ordinance. All right, well, one day, I don't know, somebody call Elon Musk and tell him I need to talk to him because it's only going to be private money that ever gets this done. Because this is what becomes of government. This whole ridiculous red book. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. I need somebody to pay lots of expensive lawyers to go convince that it was the intent of the framers and the founders that we should be able to write in advance. Pre means before a thing happens. Scribe it before a bad thing happens. That we can go, Mr. Destiny, please help me with this. You're so smart. Anywhere in this country without having to think about is our right a right? And is somebody being pedantic when they say a right is a right? You're too rich and too spoiled if you're going to say, well, breathing's a right, eating's a right. But what is carefully delineated so that tyrants will stop doing the bad things against each other and the citizens between the states, like the Second Amendment. It says this right shall not be infringed, and infringed means encroached at even at its outermost limits. Okay, off the box. There, I have a verbal note to myself later. Statewide uniformity. This does not exist in my home state of California. In different districts in a town or a city in a county in California may have different registration, reporting, laws, rules, ordinances, and everything else. And then they just go on and repeat themselves over and over and over and over and over what the law at 11C and 415.23 do not prescribe is punishment for whatever imbecile tyrant violates this. There's another one. North Carolina General Assembly. Immediate termination, even for elected people, especially for the electeds. Exile and banishment from politics and political subdivisions. They did it to themselves. Elon Musk, I need your money. I need to eat and pay my bills. And I need a team of silk suit attorneys out of New York and California just to fix things so we can all live within our rights. So all these others, too many words, because you start involving lawyers and involve the people who wouldn't even be considered to play a lawyer on TV, and there they are, outhouse lawyering, the real lawyers. Before you go start telling lawyers and everybody else their business, make sure you're registered at the bar association so that, or licensed, so that you can be looked up too. That is a very elitist crowd. And then they start They just skipped from all this other stuff about recreational facilities, and then they tried to unsay what they just said by saying, remember 7 hours ago, and it was really only 2. I have to check how long we've been streaming. Maybe 3 hours ago. If it involves the school at all, if the school softball team is using the athletic field at the public park, your gun is now off limits. In North Carolina, to obtain your permit, you must go online. Just search. It doesn't matter what the law says. The law says the application shall be. We can argue about shall issue and shall be, and what do those words possibly mean? Shire Reeve? There is a no bid, not answerable to anybody, contractor for this and private security called back into the left, back into the left. Permit The law says the sheriff shall issue a permit. Ha ha ha. Even in good, hard fought lawsuits over 8 years from the grassroots North Carolina group, Paul Vallone. Good job, sir. The sheriffs in Mecklenburg and Wake County are still not shall issuing. As well as, oh God, here we go again. Listen, all you monkeys. I have done this so many times, and you have undone it so many times. You embarrassed yourself. And even though George and Jennifer were supposed to remind me, I still remember Guns N' Roses song, November Rain, when friends seem out to harm you. Going through this book again. I'm going to get there. Boy, where am I? You sign a release or whatever. It does say in the law that the sheriff shall have on paper in their offices your application. Ever since they got them some permitium, they will not. They do not. You must go online. And you've got to pay a lot of fees to pay their no bid, not answerable. You got to pay the permitium. They charge a fee, and then they charge some BS fee for credit cards, but there's the only way you can pay is credit card. And convenience fees and permitiums raising their fees per application this year. And the legislator has no control of it, and the executive won't do anything about it, and they probably all get paid through the back door. Prove me wrong. Somebody in North Carolina government publish the money of permitium, because they're a private company. They don't have to publish their income and outflows and expenses. And if you FOIA or PRA, Public Records Act, request information from the state about it in any of the departments, divisions, and subdivisions thereof, you get a big silent treatment. Anybody rich in North Carolina, or did Helena take that all away? Elon Musk, if you can't help me fix a state, you sure as hell can't fix that dude, fix the entire federal government. You might have bit off more than you can chew. The applicant is a citizen of the United States or has been lawfully admitted for permanent residence, which means a lawful resident alien. See? Citizenship is not required. You must have been a resident of the state for 30 days. You must be 21 years of age or older to get a concealed carry permit. It's still an open carry Second Amendment state. If you're 18 years old, you must. (18 through 21), open carry. Be careful, careful, careful with that 19-year-olds in your vehicles. Don't get shot by the cops. As long as you don't suffer from infirmities, there's that word. This is the 600 or 700 English word that we get our other letter B or number 2 word from. Let me put a reminder here. Ordinarily firm is the opposite of infirm. A million years ago, or 400 or 500 or 600, here and in our mother country of England, Britain, they had what were called infirmaries. That's where they would do your bloodletting and your demon exorcisms. And sometimes both, because they called crazy infirm. That's it. All ordinarily firm means, way back many moons ago at the big 4 of justified self-defense, is not nuts. If reasonable, ordinary, and average doesn't work for you, don't be crazy. That's what ordinarily firm means. And then we get into another legal term. Not even the appearance of. It's another legal thing that I said a lot of times, many times. And people would say, what does that even mean? Where'd you hear that word? Now, thanks to former and future President T-word, it's everywhere. Type it in your Google bar and look at how many times just in the Georgia case that has come up, which is another video. I need to talk to the lawyers in Georgia. If someone has a connection, that lady and her husband lawyers working for the other guy that got the whole thing dug up to begin with. I've been meaning to write them a letter for 6 months and don't have time. So not even the appearance of, excuse my French. That is what ordinarily firm is that please don't even give the appearance of. Be asking yourself, when you're asking yourself, do you know the big four of justified defense while you're doing your 4 steps of the draw, which is later in this book we're not going over today? Is this going to appear bad? Even questionable? Then go back, scroll back, click back on the timeline of this video and ask yourself, if you're asking yourself this question, should you rip that gun out of its bed and shoot it at something? Probably not. If you're in doubt about it, don't do it. If you're asking yourself, is this nuts? It's nuts. The 99% of you 40 years old, or maybe let's say 40, 50 years old and younger. I am old man. You babies, 50 years and younger, raised under this Dr. Spock, I believe his name was. Don't spank the children generation that everybody confuses with logical Spock from Star Trek. Yeah, Dr. Spock. He's one of those don't even own a rod. Tell your children, I'm out in 1, 2, 2 1/4, 3 1/2, 4 3/4, 9.75. I forgot where I was at. 1, 2. He's one of those. That's what's wrong with this country. Everybody's spoiled, soft. They've been coddled under books by Dr. Spock. And that's what's wrong. My grandchildren knew, I think in the 6th grade, what self-deprecation was because they've been taught you must. Stop it. All of you. Internet, YouTube. Lady Lawyer Pixie that I saw a few times on Destiny's shows. You are horrible at it, young lady. Stop it. Don't always qualify yourself. Don't accuse yourself of being lesser than. Don't be an egotistical but I think we can say that butthole either. But don't be so self-doubting, self-effacing, self-deprecating. God knows it makes me sick. Nobody can say anything anymore. All the others, my favorite, everybody, they make fun of everybody else for saying everything is IMHO. It's just my opinion. It's just how I think. Stop saying that, especially when it's a yes/no question. Don't even give the appearance of self-doubt and self-deprecation. If you got those problems in the context of what we're talking about, don't think about defending yourself. Get you supplies at home. Make your whole home, apartment, house, whatever it is, dig a moat around it, fill it full of water and crocodiles, and get you 10 layers of Get Smart doors so that nobody will ever home invade you. You got to straighten your back or bad things are going to happen to you and you're going to blame yourself. And believe you me, out in the world, they're going to victim shame and blame you anyway. So that's all that. Infirmities. Ordinarily firm. Don't be crazy. If you hesitate in your speech, like I said earlier, if you can't use your words, say what you mean what you say, you can't use a this for its intended and designed purpose. Especially, I haven't even talked about all the not the law stuff that's part of my usual classes. I might get to that, I might not. That might be another separate video. So you had to have completed this class. A whole 8 hours. You're 21. You don't suffer the problems. You have no criminal convictions for basically anything on planet Earth. You are eligible to own or possess a firearm, state and federal. You're not under indictment for felony. That's not conviction. That's if you are under indictment, they will wait and deny you your permit until that is cleared up and finished. If you've been found guilty of a felony, no gun until they do the sentencing. Former and future president guy, if I understand correctly. Smarter lawyer people than me have been out loud and proud saying that delaying that sentencing means the adjudication is not complete. It doesn't matter what the jury voted. So that New York thing is still a question mark because it makes him ineligible to be in control of people with guns. Scroll back. Click back on the timeline of this video. It's in the North Carolina book. It is a disability. It's another video for another day. Maybe Destiny will help me out. He has a better voice than me. The applicant is not a fugitive from justice. This is kind of a funny. Because it really happened several times to who I consider a really good acquaintance. He's also a concealed carry instructor, and he's the one. Before I was a concealed carry instructor, I went to get my concealed carry classes, and he let me hang out at his other classes because he really does good classes. His name's Stephen Fry. I forget the name of his concealed carry out of Benson. You can look him up. Stephen F. Student in 2012 or JOR or 13. Federal warrants. Walk into Harnett County Sheriff's Office for CCH. True story. Criminals are not necessarily masterminds. We're not supposed to say that M word anymore either. I've had sensitivity training, can you tell? And I mess up a lot, can you tell? See the Hunter Biden stuff. You do not have to put on the county applications, I think, in North Carolina, which I'll run through Permitium. But you do have to put on, if you're buying a handgun in a store, you still got to fill out the federal form. Are you currently addicted in any way to unlawful alcohol controlled substances, including prescriptions? Adjudicated. No guilties. Involuntarily committed. That's the only thing that counts here. That's another one. Opinions and advice. Everybody's got some. Or at least one. And a hiney hole. And pretty much the same thing comes out of all three. Cliches I've heard all my life. Opinions are like beep beep holes. If you are suffering from voices in your head, if your self-deprecation has become depression, I don't know all the right words. I'm not that guy. Go get help somewhere voluntarily before somebody gets you involuntarily. Get help. Way back in the 90s, and I don't know if they still exist anymore. I looked a few years ago and it had been rebranded or something. On the television, there was an outfit called Charter, and their commercial about mental health stuff, depression, said, if you don't get help at Charter, get help somewhere. Get your help voluntarily. Save your work. Press hard. You're making several copies. Anything less than honorable, you ain't gonna get a concealed carry in North Carolina. And here they go with the list. Go find yourself the list online. This book is out of date. And wait for it. Here it goes. Letter L. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Counting, 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 all the way to 34 in the version 7 book. What they used to have in the version 6 books, but then somewhere somebody deleted it in the version 7 book. And they might have done that because of that word right there, non-inclusive. Are we allowed to say that anymore? Did somebody misunderstand? And guess what's not on the list up there? All the way to 34. Drunk driving. These are for convictions. These are the amount of years that you might have to wait. Domestic violence issues, that's a very another careful terminology. Does not have to be a conviction. I have known several, I'm not going to say many, several, who in their 40s, it turns out, now that we have computers, the local sheriff's background check turned up something from another state from 30 plus years ago where siblings got in a fight and some cop wrote a report. No concealed handgun, North Carolina. Go get it expunged. Many people say expunged, and I do believe both terms are allowed here. But the last one I dealt with that had fought with her sister, pulled each other's hair, was in New Jersey. And in New Jersey, they have expungement, not expuncted, even though both mean the same thing. So if you have any of those issues, go get them cleared up. Or you're not going to carry concealed. Reciprocity. North Carolina law allows for. C. ncdoj.gov. As much as I have ridiculed and mocked them and everything else, oh, there it is right there. See also NCSA. It might be .org. I don't remember. It's the North Carolina Sheriff's Association. They keep an up-to-date sort of ish list of states that honor ours. We honor any state that issues a license or permit. C, NRA, USCCA. There was another one, and then it went away. Joys of getting old. If between these 4 sources and internet search bar of your choosing, I choose Google currently, you can't find a reciprocity map, then leave your gun at home when you travel. See, they printed this in the book. The website is long. This doesn't exist anymore. Don't follow those instructions. And then finally, on the last page of the legal section, they lay out the course requirements. Shouldn't that have been up front? Yes. Must meet minimum standards. And right now, everything's up in the air because of right at 2 years of fighting now over them doing wrong, and they're still doing very badly wrong. Please, somebody, bring me some money. Let's go to a lawyer. We have to find a civil rights lawyer and stop the North Carolina Department of Justice from, they are not certifying new instructors in this state. And that's just, I already have had 3 people that I was trying to develop as instructors to replace me. so that I would never have to think about this again. I just want to walk away from it. Regardless of how much time, effort, money, and everything else these three fine people have put into meeting all the other requirements, North Carolina says, nope. You questioned our tyranny, so we will illegally, it is illegal when it violates a direct statute, not unlawful. They're not fudging with a little code. They are illegally interfering in the commerce and stopping American citizens and lawful resident aliens from pursuing their happiness. And I wish there was somewhere out why I call myself the world's most frustrated Inarticulate, because here's me screaming into the void of the internet again. Would all you people stop arguing about stupid shit? Stupid stuff. And somebody come help me. Type in a comment. I have PayPal. The other stuff I have is at the other business, but I'll set up Square. Do I need Square? I don't care. I have a computer business. I have a defense training business. Call it advertising, write it off. Don't call it legal fees. I'm not a lawyer. Somebody with money, the ACLU, I've begged them. I tagged them. I think I tagged them too many times. They probably are filed complaints against me or put strikes on me at Facebook. And all I want to do is get the government off of our necks. Supposedly Elon Musk. I don't mention 45/47 because he had 4 years and it just got worse. He banned bump stocks that eventually got thrown out by the court. Unilaterally. All of you gun folks, -R. Remember, it's the only president in history that took away your guns. All right, so here we are at requirements. 8 hours. The range, it says plus. The section of the administrative code that specifies that is now MIA. It's on hold. The DOJ is supposed to be rewriting it. They don't know. They don't care because Josh Stein is too busy becoming our next governor. And it's not hurting them. They get paid by the hour. Or they're highly paid, exempted, salaried people. George had asked earlier in this stream. Here it is. Draw. Legal block must be a minimum of 2 hours in length. I believe we've covered it. Where's my live thing? Can't find it. Says 3 hours ago. But it'll say 3 hours up till 3 hours and 59 minutes. I wish they would put a timestamp on that. Go back to the thing. For this to be considered anything, and you can't get a certificate by watching this YouTube video. It must be in person. They just say so. You may not deliver it remotely, declares all involved. It doesn't say that in law or code anywhere. You probably shouldn't. But if you did the 6 hours of practical and went to the range, that's about an 8 to 9 hour day anyway, if you include some lunch. So if you finished up this legal with your concealed carry instructor 2 hours later on your Zoom, I wouldn't fault you for it. A written legal examination is required. The mandatory exam is located in the back of this manual. Except, and I didn't pull it up. I really wanted to, but it's embarrassing. This whole year of trash about we can't have the exam in the book. Get it out of the book. Put it in the yellow book. It's another book we didn't discuss. Not the gold book, the yellow book. You must fire live rounds. 10 rounds at each of 3 distances, 3, 5, and 7 yards. You must cover this. And here we are. They were lettered at the front of this chapter. Now they're numbered at the back of this chapter. And we're done with legal. Now suddenly we're on handgun safety. So I'm done with this write-up. And I'm looking at the page. It says page number 31 of 61. Let me give this to Mr. R. Steven Johnson and everybody surrounding him. It's a give and it's a take. It's a yin and a yang. See my little dude up there in the corner? That's why it's my favorite. It's a laugh and it's a cry. It has balance. I'm a Libra. I know what balance is. And that's justice. See the blind lady with the blindfolded lady with the scales. Hold on. Hold the line. At 1929. So I've been 4 minutes short of 4 hours. 1929. Page 31 through 61 to PDF print with markups and upload. Go with Vidya. So here we go again. I had to make myself a note of which pages do I have to print to. Because Microsoft's PDF printer does what they call flattens. It's very important that you know, probably as part of the legal stuff, but I'm just going to finish up with it. Yay. A plus, Steve Johnson, and everybody that you herded and wrangled and chased down hallways to make them please, please, please. Steve Johnson had it very difficult too. Being the boss doesn't mean that the mice only play when the cat's away. They just play all the time. Yay. A plus still. None. Weapon. I hate cops. I hate militaries. They can't get this word out of their mouth. Why is it right to call it that here in all caps? G word. And this is not. All ways. And because of the little girl in Aliens saying mostly twice in one sentence, please. Draw. Always treat all, every, any G words as if they are loaded and going to go off. Always. If you can get that down, always treat it like it's loaded and going to go off. It wants to hurt you. Always. Mostly at night. Mostly. You don't really need the other three. Get that one down. Because if you always treat it like it's mean, it has a will of its own, and it's just waiting for an opportunity to do great bodily harm or DOAs to a human being. You might say, well, does that include B? Yes. The muzzle is the hole on the business end of this G word. This is the after 1986, we can't use the strongest words possible. The pre 1986 way, and I think it was 2020. Might have been 2021. But it was January 1st of one of those 2 years. The United States Marine Corps took back the pre 1986 way. Never, let's go ahead and write it in here. It's got the caps lock wrong. Pre 1986. Never point a G word at anything. See, the thing you are not willing. That's another long talk for me. Your human will to KIA or destroy or worse. Imagine, if you will, while you're thinking about a machine that was designed to this KIA, unalive, all that, or destroy. If everything goes right, this is what happens. And they don't say, "Tell my mother I love her," and slip off quietly into the forever night. Imagine, if you will, that if it didn't go 100% right, it would just shatter the spine bones in the neck area out. And you might leave somebody quadriplegicalized for an eternity. You got to take this stuff serious. Because that's what we're talking about, defensive use of propulsive things. Okay, so here's the negatives. Forgot how to use those words again. Here's the balance. Here's the yin to the two previous yangs, or three. R. Steven Johnson, he goes by Steve, and Chad Thompson. And I haven't thoroughly reviewed the new ACOB version. He stopped me entirely at ordinary intelligence. Smart guy. But at least next year will be 30 years that the NCJA way, letter C or number 3, outside of the trigger guard, it must be the PPS or Private Protective Services book where Steve Johnson said, keep your finger off the trigger, outside of the trigger guard, and on the frame. 3 ways to keep that finger off that trigger. Off the trigger, outside the guard, on the frame. Until on target. See this one. This one. I haven't seen it anywhere else but these North Carolina Justice Academy books. All of the books have a legal right to fire. Or it's not a legal right. You always have the right to fire. You're free to do stupid things in America. but I'm not going to fault him. That's my better word. I'm fine with him saying that. Them, all of them, the whole DOJ, forever, and are going to. All the way out at the fourth step of the draw, you can still be having your thinker turned on if you taught your body how to do the mechanical or biomechanical motion, action, whatever. Should not require your full brain to do what you got to do. You better have practiced that dance before you show up at recital. This is important, and it's worded well. See, the scales balance back out. 2 bad ones, 2 great ones. 3 ways of reminding you about your finger, and 3 points. Make sure you're on that target. Which target? The one you're willing to KIA or destroy, or worse. Have the legal right to fire. See this whole video. And don't rely on my summary. Go out there. Go to all the links I shared. Go to this link. It has links. My website, imfscorp.com. Go over here. This one. This one. This one. This one. This one. And I didn't mention it. Nobody mentioned it in the chat. These are all the law places. I haven't put one link up here yet or resourced the North Carolina General Assembly, the statutes directly, or the North Carolina Department of Justice, the cops for that in our whole state. There is years of information free on the internet. It's up to you to go get it. So the 3 ways: on target, see that one. Legal right to fire, see the whole previous to this book and all that I just talked about, and are going to. This is it. Don't let your fingers do this walking. That's another old people reference, you young people. Don't be sure of nothing. No. That's another video for another day. No. Your target, what's around it or beside it, and beyond it. Always think safety. Click it or ticket. I'm not going to get into this other than I'm leaving it at balance. I always like to say belongs, yin and yang, up there in the corner, green circle around it. Because I noticed in this very first thing, we said gun, and then we said weapon, handguns, yes. Handgun, yes. Well, they did okay, but not enough to get it back in balance. I'm offended. Okay. Now, let me scroll this all the way back up to the top. And way back up here at the top, do you guys remember? Does anybody remember? It's been a long time. It's 3 hours since we talked about this BS copyright. I asked George to remind me. I don't need a reminder. It burns in me all day, every day. And I shouldn't be such a petty child, but I am. Because at any time, for whatever reason, maybe this is the only way I can get it across. since I became a concealed carry handgun instructor in the state of North Carolina for reasons. And I think it was 2012. Might have been as late as 13. Could have been as early as 11. But I do believe it was 12 or 13. And then I became friends with Mr. Chad Thompson. He's big stuff. There he is. All these paragraphs. We've been to many travels together. We've done stuff together. We had lots of laughs, lots of cries. We stuffed our faces. Many, many times in words and in writing. And sitting down there at the academy, helping him type it in Microsoft Word. This was a Microsoft Word document. Sorry, Chad. Here's what it is. Something went dingy, 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 dingy.
Sorry, you still on?
It still am. Just finishing up. GNFNR. That's Guns N' Roses to you, lessers. Ha ha ha. I'm so far above everybody. November Rain song.
Let me know when you signed off.
Oh. Well, I'm going to be, I don't know, 10 minutes.
Okay.
You're
Not me,
very
not Zen.
quiet now. You were very loud at the place, but you're very quiet now.
That's my headset. Hold on.
How many times in writing and verbally did I ask for the e-edit version of this? And
I mean, are you
you
broadcasting?
said no. I'm putting it
Okay.
up in here. I still can't hear you. What did you said?
I just said, were you still broadcasting?
Oh yeah, I'm still broadcasting. About 10 more minutes.
Okay.
And you said no. I don't want to type this all out. Let me just see if I can explain it. He wouldn't watch it anyway. But maybe somebody else will and see it all the way through and say, man, that is effed up. And it won't hurt his feelings if someone tells him, dude, that's effed up. It wasn't just no, it was hell no, because, and F knows. Because, oh my God, he'd get fired if anybody not directly employed in Secret Squirrely had access to that. The Justice Academy and the Department of Justice heads would explode. Copyrights, et cetera, et cetera. Anybody not directly employed. Hey, George, your stuff's echoing back through.
Well, it wasn't really echoing. It was the mic's picking up what my speakers are. My mic is, rather.
Well, that's what I mean.
Okay.
It was coming back like 30 seconds later.
I had to mute it.
Very good. Okay, so nobody outside of the direct employment, outside of the offices, outside of the NCJA Golden Throne Chair, the director, can possibly have that version. And if you type your own, see these last 2 years of horse crap about copyright. They're going to sue you off the planet. They're going to Justice Academy you. They're going to Department of Justice you. And then just a couple of weeks ago, out comes the Gold Book, which is obviously just the electronic book. Now that you're out of the academy, dude, now it's okay for that to be outside. And had you just ever said, whatever, whatever, and the many, many, many times I said, are you really going to make me, because I type fast, are you really going to make me go type my own? Or are you going to give me that Word document and let me just fix it up? And I can give it back to you. And I won't put my name in it. And you can have a good red book at the academy. Oh no. End of the world. And out comes the gold book that is obviously just, it got taken out of the academy. I hope you weren't telling me fibs, because dude, you took it. All that stuff you threatened that you said, you didn't threaten. Chad never threatened me. He said that the big theys. When this started, it was Roy Cooper was the demon in charge. Then it was Josh Stein. Then it was this director, that director. Wayne, are you sure? Ayers. We're all going to come get me. Put me under the jail for having an electronic copy of the Red Book. And then less than 2 years out of the academy as just private citizen Chad. So once again, it's laws and rules for you or thee and not for me. And that's why I say when even friends seem out to harm you. You run reckless, sir, you don't enjoy qualified limited immunity anymore. But I think it's been thoroughly tested because it's been up there almost a year, a week short of a year since I uploaded the Red Book and notified all involved. Gold Book is, let me wrap this in quotes because it's not illegal, unlawful, rule brokerdy, rule broken. Red Book unauthorized. And I guess that's it. There, I got my B word TT, B star TT hurt out of the way. But I've asked for it many, many times and said what I was going to do with it, upload it, invite everybody so that we could have the best minds, the best peoples. Fix this stupid thing. Because regardless of everybody else's, we do it our way. And constantly shocking me with absolute brain sloshing. We're always supposed to use a better word, but I'm going to use the word stupidity. Because that's the only word I can think. And it gets me in trouble even with the missus, because then I have to say, look, your favorite, oldest, famous, most famous piece of literature in world history, the most affecting document, far more than the United States Constitution, is that old set of books in Spanish and Latin known as Biblios. Calls morons morons, idiots idiots, and stupid stupid. So there's a summary. Yes, read the book. Why? State made it available. Oh, no, wait, they didn't. I did now. Go over it. Here's what you need to know. if you're going to buy this book or watch this video or do anything else and think that you in any way are qualified and justified to go out and play around with guns in the street, I wish you the worst. Educate yourself a little. That's my PSA for it. Give me comments. Give me likes. Give me subscribes. Bell thingy. I gotta say that. I don't remember what else. I think I've done enough. So, this time, I learned yesterday. For some reason, or whatever reason, because it does, because it do, and I tried again without streaming this morning or living. OBS, for all of you developing or having wishes and thoughts, and you got as far as OBS and Discord, like me, because that's all I've got so far. When you press stop streaming, and if you enabled the pop-up confirmation like I did, and you say yes, stop streaming, yes, it cuts off about 2 seconds from the end of your video on the stream and the file if you check the box to make sure it records local as it's streaming. So when you do your countdown, that's how I did yesterday, I'm going to do again. If it doesn't cut it off the 4th or 5th time after testing today, I apologize for the dead air. Otherwise, it's good night and goodbye. Stop streaming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.